Hello, everyone. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. How's your Catterday going? Is everyone's ducks in a row, pets at hand, fuzzies, fur babies lined up on the couch? Mine's half under a blanket asleep. He'll move the other half under the blankie if he gets cold. And it definitely has gotten cold this week, that's for sure. We have actual snow, and it's been on the ground for 2 whole days. I'm so happy. We're supposed to get more, like a lot more, tonight and tomorrow. But it is firmly in the minuses, and it's probably going to stay there for quite some time. Which I don't mind because I like the snow. So we have about 75 pages worth of book left. I'm not exactly sure how, because everything's been resolved. We whirlwinded our way through the kidnapping plot without really seeing much of any of it because we were reading Gray's point of view, and he doesn't see much of the kidnapping plot. It just kind of happens around him. So there's that. But we still got 2 weeks of this left, and then we have a new book which has been ordered and is on the way. So, yeah, we had The Unseen Kidnapping of Mia Gray by Jack Hyde, who we didn't really see, except that we found out later Anna shot him. Christian definitely wanted to murder him. Probably should have taken the opportunity. And then we had Anastasia in a coma for reasons unknown for like 2-3 days. And him saying, "Oh my god, I've been such an asshole. I've been such a jerk about the baby, and now all of a sudden he's all about the baby. He's good with it now." Oh, Cerebellum, hello. Oh, you poor thing. Oh, ow. Oh, I remember how much ear infections suck, let alone 2 in a perforated eardrum. Ow. Oh, I hope you are taking good care of yourself and that others are taking good care of you. Very quietly. Let's see. After the coma, we did have her actually wake up. He kind of apologized. Kinda, sorta. Could still use some more for sure. And he could also, just not be a jerk for a little bit. That would also be nice because he immediately went into like, control mode immediately. So there's always that. So I'm not really sure what to expect because, like I said, the story is essentially over. So I'm not sure what's left to resolve unless, because these did get written and come out significantly after the movies. So unless E.L. James decided to like steal from the movie, which has a very different ending to the original book, because they added in what was supposed to be like a emotional redemption arc of him like coming to terms with his childhood and like forgiving his mother and visiting her grave and all that. None of that is in the book. He never makes any progress whatsoever when it comes to dealing with his past or where he came from or his mother's addiction or anything. He never makes any progress at all in the books. The movies added that to like humanize him something or show him like finally growing up and accepting whatever. I'm not sure what the point was. It just looked good on a montage. We also never get the mother's last name because I was watching somebody else react to it today. It just happened to come up that one of the React channels that I follow happened to cover 50 Shades Freed today. And they showed a picture of the gravestone, and there's conveniently a leaf over the mom's last name. They gave her a first name that she never had in the in the books. She never has a name. We never learn anything about her. He just calls her the crack whore the whole time. So I don't know if E.L. James maybe stole from the movie, and maybe we're gonna get that. We're gonna get him like actually dealing with his issues. Oh, that means we might get another therapy scene. I do feel like we need one more therapy scene. I do feel like we need that of him like talking about the baby or something. That could be fun. And his like realizations about Mrs. Robinson and that she wasn't, that she's a bad person. But for now, everyone please rise for our national anthem. Fix the volume.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! Hello, everyone. How are you? How's things going? How was your week? All right, as usual, we will begin by introducing our wonderful pantheon of ducks, because aren't they awesome? Though Ralph did try to escape. I think that's the third time. And no, he completely didn't just fall off the stage. No, that didn't happen. So we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie House, Susie, Luffy, Russell, Mark, and Glacia. So those are our current ducks. We have other ducks available. We have the 5 ducks, random ducks that are in this bag. They are $10 each if you would like to help a girl out. Link to the PayPal should be in the top of the chat. Let me know if it's not. Those are our 5 random ducks. But we also have our painted ducks available. These are all custom made, one of a kind duckies. Chicken jockey, scuba diver duck, Cupid duck, flounder duck, King Midas duck, Orion slave girl duck, and Spock duck. These vary in price. I believe these two are 10, this one's 20, the rest are 15. I believe is the current price. If you would like to sponsor a painted duck, please use the PayPal link and please specify which duck. Please do not just say painted duck. Please tell me which one you want. Our other sponsorship/donation tiers are for $25. I will put on these very real police issue handcuffs for half of the evening. For $50, I will wear them for the whole evening. These are my personal favorite. They're very comforting. They're oddly comfortable when you get them on correctly. They really actually are. It's weird. Or maybe I'm just weird. This is also possible. For $50, I will fill this glass of wine to this point and chug it in one. I'm getting pretty good at that. Better than they used to be. A lot better. I think the first time I tried to do it, I couldn't actually do it in one. I had to take a breath. But now I've got I've got it figured out. So you have to breathe in and then start chugging, and you breathe out as you're chugging, and that's how you don't run out of air. See, figured this out now. So that is also an option. Also, we will start drinking at about 9:30 anyway. But it is always nice to start with a full glass going all the way down. Just kicks off the night so nicely. Because usually by then there's a reason to drink. So this is our second to last week with this book. And then we will be done, and next week we will also have we'll do the rank video at the end. I gotta figure out some way to on screen show the different tiers. 'Cause I've seen people do rank videos and they had that rainbow background. I'm not sure where that's from. I might design something like that. I don't want to use that one because it's garish, but but I'll figure out some kind of tier system. I think we've got about 15 to 20 therapists from movie, TV, and books. Some of which are the same character twice because some of them have been adapted for film and TV separately, and they are different performances, so they will be marked differently. Because I actually couldn't include, my honey bunny from fiction, Dr. Hannibal Lecter from the movies, because after thinking about it, in the movies, we never actually see him be a therapist. It's true. Throughout Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, Red Dragon, and Hannibal Rising, we never actually, none of them actually cover the time that he was an actual therapist. So I was like, okay, I can't include him from the movies because we never see it. Therefore, we have nothing to judge on. But I can include him from the TV show because he's a therapist to multiple characters in the show, and we see multiple sessions, even with patient of the week kind of thing. No, him and Franklin are. So and then him, and of course, any scene that Catherine Isabella's in as Margot is just win. And the scenes with Mason in season 2. I like Mason less in season 3 because he got overshadowed by the guy playing Cordell because they took that completely the wrong way. I don't know whose mistake that was, but they did not do Cordell correctly or do Mason correctly in season 3. Sorry, no. But they tried to do too much in season 3. Way too much. All right, we are on chapter 39 of 43, I believe. Yeah, 43. But the last few are super short. Saturday, September 17th, 2011. I may be about to sneeze. Ugh, water up the nose feeling. Ugh. Oh, we're starting with him dreaming. This is great. Anna is out cold. I can't wake her. Wake up, Anna, wake up. Ilana struts over to sit down beside me. She's naked but for long, tight leather gloves that stop just above her elbows, and her black stilettos with red soles. She takes my hand. No. Her fingers clasp my thigh. No, don't touch me. No more. Only Anna. Her eyes blaze in anger, but the fire in them dies. Defeated, she stands, clothed now in black. Goodbye, Christian. She flips her hair to the side and stalks to the door without looking back. I turn. Anna is awake, smiling at me. Join me. Sleep with me. Stay with me. My heart soars. Her words bring me joy. She caresses my cheek. Stay with me, please. She begs. How can I resist? She loves me. She does. And I love her. He has like the most specific dreams of like anyone ever. Because like on the rare occasion that I actually dream, I do have highly detailed dreams, which I'm told is weird, but they never have anything to do with anything going on in my life. Ugh. When I wake, it takes me a moment to remember that I'm in Anna's hospital bed. She's slumped to the side facing me, her head on the pillow. Eyes closed, lips parted, her cheeks pale except for the faint purple blemish from Hyde's cruel blow. The sight of it twists my guts in anger. Don't dwell, Gray. She's here. She's safe. I blink to sleep from my eyes, feeling rested but grimy. I'm in dire need of a shower, a shave, and clean clothes. My watch says 6:20 a.m. I have time. And now that Anna's back in the world of the living, I don't mind leaving her for a little while. I call bullshit. With any luck, she'll continue to sleep until I return. Ugh. Carefully, so as not to wake her, I slide out of the bed and slip on my shoes. I brush my lips to her forehead, the semblance of a kiss. Then grab my phone, charger, and jacket and tiptoe out of the room as if I'm fleeing a crime scene. Okay, cannot set me up for jokes like that. I could make about 1 billion jokes. I'm doing the walk of shame. That's one word for it. The thought amuses me. We're married, for fuck's sakes. Fortunately, Nora and her colleagues are not at the nurse's station, so my escape is unnoticed. Seriously, what is wrong with him? It's my lucky day. There's a cab waiting at the entrance of the hospital and no photographers. And because it's early, I make good time to Escala. By the time the elevator doors open to the penthouse, my mood is buoyant. Taylor is in the foyer on his way out. He steps back, mouth open, surprised to see me, but he recovers quickly. Mr. Gray, welcome back. Good morning, Taylor. I would have picked you up. I was bringing you a change of clothes as per Mrs. Gray's instructions in the Seattle Times. He brandishes a leather duffel. It's fine. I need a shower. We'll head back when I'm done. Yes, sir. I'll ask Sawyer to join us. We'll pick up some breakfast for her on the way. He nods. I agree with never eating hospital food. Hospital food is horrible. Which there's always been an irony to the fact that hospital food is utter garbage. And that everything in the vending machines is really bad for you. The steaming water cascades over me, washing away my sins. Okay, stop setting me up for all the jokes. Him, after all that I've done, I wish it were that simple. And to cap it off, Anna wants to know everything about my discussion with Elena. What the hell am I going to tell her? The truth, Gray. She's not going to like it, but I owe her that, especially considering my recent awful behavior. Yeah, you got a long recovery on that one. My effervescent humor fizzles and dies. While I shave, I contemplate the asshole who stares back at me in the mirror. You owe her more than that. After all that Anna's done for you. She saved your sister. She saved you. I close my eyes. It's true. This woman has disarmed me at every turn. She's broken through all my barriers, cracked me wide open, and shined her light inside. That is like the. That was not a good way to put that. She doesn't take any of my shit. She's driven out my darkness like the warrior she is and offered me hope because she loves me and I know it. and she's carrying my child. Fuck. A child. Yeah, so he's still there. He's still there. He hasn't moved out of that place yet. The gray-eyed asshole stares back at me bewildered. She's done all of this for the simple reason that she loves me, and because she's a decent human. And how do I treat her? Hadley doesn't cover it, Gray. See, again, he has insight, but watch him do nothing with this. Because that's always what he does. He has tremendous insight. Like, genuinely. But then he won't do anything about it. Her words haunt me. I do choose this defenseless baby over you. That's what any loving parent does. That's what your mother should have done for you. And I'm sorry that she didn't, because we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if she had. But you're an adult now, and you need to grow up and smell the fucking coffee, and stop behaving like a petulant adolescent. And I thought she was leaving me. I wipe my face. Make this right, Gray. He's got to stop, calling himself. Just stop doing that. It's really not good. Is it 9:30 yet? I have tea on my nose. On the way to the hospital, we stop and Taylor hurries into the cafe that he phoned for takeout. He returns with what looks like a breakfast feast for Anna. I hope she's hungry. Sawyer pulls up at the entrance to the hospital, but when I climb out of the car, I'm ambushed by a couple of photographers who start snapping away. That would suck. I've only ever been to one or two things where there were photographers, and they certainly weren't there for me. They were there because of the event or whatever it was. But it is really annoying when you're just trying to walk in somewhere and there's bright lights flashing in your face. It's not good. I'm also very surprised more people don't fall over on red carpets. How's your wife, Mr. Gray? Mr. Gray, will you be pressing charges? That's up to him? I'm sorry, but that's a stupid question. It is not up to him to press charges. What the actual fuck? I'm sorry, that's just a really stupid line. I ignore the assholes and dart inside the lobby. Taylor follows, carrying Anna's breakfast. We head to the nurse's kitchen on Anna's ward where we lay out her breakfast on a tray. Damn it, why didn't I bring a small vase? And I could steal a flower from one of the many bouquets she's received. It would go some way towards an apology. You know what else would go some way towards an apology? Apologizing. Actually properly apologizing. That could work. Sir, says Taylor, and I lift the loaded tray. Before she left, Gail made Mrs. Gray's favorite chicken stew. If I need to bring that in later for lunch, sir. Good to know. I'm hoping I can take her home this morning. Taylor nods his affirmation and pushes open the door to Anna's room to let me in. I'm hoping for a warm welcome. She's gone. Shit. Anna, I shout as my heart catapults into overdrive. Dude, she's not going to leave the hospital without telling you. For all you know, they just took her to x-ray her ribs to make sure they're really not broken, because sometimes you can't tell that right away. I knew someone whose kid, no joke, little kid, 2, I want to say, very little, had a broken leg for a week and a half. That, I have to call their pediatrician an idiot, which they were too polite to say, but they did change pediatricians. And it was one of those things with tiny child fragile, because she had gone down a slide with older sister, and they did the thing where you put the tiny child's legs between your legs and go down the slide, except the slide got kind of narrow, and they're pretty sure that's when tiny child's upper thigh bone got broken. And she stopped walking, of course, because it hurts, and she would go, anytime you touched her leg. She may have been a little under 2 because she wasn't so much with the talking yet. Um, but yeah, they took her to the doctor. The doctor said, like, oh, she probably just sprained it or whatever. Somehow missing that she had a major fracture. Not sure how. So then a week went by, and they wound up taking her to the ER where, guess what? They did fucking x-rays, because that's a thing. And realized tiny child has broken leg. As soon as they put a cast on her, she was up and running around again within, like, a couple hours. And forget about crutches because she's too tiny. But soon as, even with the cast on, even though it was making her like wobble side to side, she was back on her feet and running around in like no time. She would not let anyone carry her. I'm in the bathroom. Oh, thank God. Taylor burst through the door as alarmed as I was. We're good, I reassure him, and he steps out again, presumably to sit in the corridor. I place the food on Anna's rolling tray and wait. Again. For Mrs. Gray. Patiently this time. A moment later, she appears and rewards me with a broad grin. I'm relieved to see her up and about. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. I have your breakfast. She climbs into bed while I pull the tray on wheels over towards her and lift the cover. One wide-eyed, grateful glance from Anna is all the confirmation I need as she gulps down the orange juice and starts on the oatmeal. I sit on the edge of her bed, taking vicarious pleasure in her enjoyment as she eats. Not only is she ravenous, but there's some color in her cheeks. She's on the mend. What? She asks, with her mouth full. I was taught not to speak with your mouth full. By that I mean relentlessly admonished whenever I did. And it worked because I still can't talk with my mouth full. I waited almost 24 hours before I took my daughter to get an x-ray for her arm, which was broken. She acts like a non-bleeding scrape needs stitches. Yeah, sometimes tiny child. It was an incomplete break. I don't know what that means. Is that like a hairline fracture? Is that what they call a hairline fracture? But yeah, I definitely get that, like, sometimes from, like, the way somebody gets injured, because been there, done that, you just don't think that they possibly could have done something serious to themselves. Because, like, who's going to think that a kid going down a slide on their sister's lap is going to break their leg? Like, seriously. Accidents happen. But kids are incredibly resilient because, yeah, once Tiny Child had that cast on, she was back to go, 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 go. There's a buckle break thing trying to snap a twig, but it doesn't snap in two. Okay. Hopefully it wasn't in the summer, because nothing sucks worse than being in a cast in the summer. Or so I've been told. I never had a cast, but I was on crutches for 10 months once, which really sucked. And it was initially over the summer, the entire summer. I was so mad. It was also like 9, so. I like to watch you eat. How are you feeling? Better. I've never seen you eat like this. She looks up, her expression serious. It's because I'm pregnant, Christian. Apparently being like what, 3 weeks pregnant gives you a hell of an appetite, apparently. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I'm very well aware that cravings during pregnancy are a very real thing and like an undeniable force, but I don't know if you just get like ravenously hungry. I snort. If I knew getting you knocked up was going to make you eat, I might have done it sooner. My smartass remark is an effort to distract her from the serious conversation that I'm not ready to have. I don't know how I feel about this yet. Oh god, seriously, we're doing this? He's backpedaling now? Because, like, while he's watching over her in a coma, he's, like, praying and being like, why was I such an asshole about the baby? Everything will be fine, and blah, blah, blah. I want this baby, I want her, and now he's, like, back to, I don't know how I feel. Christian Grey. She drops the spoon in her oatmeal. Don't stop eating. Christian, we need to talk about this. What's there to say? We're going to be parents. I shrug, hoping she'll change the subject. No. I mean, yay for not being a jerk, but you're still kind of being a jerk. Because now you're just going the opposite way of like, well, I guess it's full steam ahead. We're having a baby, and I'll tolerate it. Is like where he is at, which is not where you want to be. And again, of course, Book is going to pretend that like there's no options. Of course, we're not even going to discuss. And I guess we're just assuming that she's okay with having a baby right now and like putting her career on hold for at least a year. Like, seriously? It was, and she missed her school swim party. No! You got a swim cast? Are there casts that you can swim with? I thought you just, like, were supposed to duct tape a trash bag over it. But maybe technology has advanced. You should have seen our grocery bill. My husband made a mistake and took me grocery shopping. Yeah, let me guess. Everything looked good, including things you'd never bought before in your life. Yeah. They say don't go grocery shopping when you're hungry. I guess they need to add don't go grocery shopping when pregnant. Hannah's not impressed. She pushes the tray aside, crawls down the bed, and takes my hand in hers. I sit staring at her, paralyzed. You're scared. I get it, she says gently, pinning me with deep blue eyes. I am too. That's normal. Yeah, you would have to be ridiculously stupid not to be utterly terrified the first time you're gonna have a baby. Like for roughly like 5 billion different reasons. I'm aware that I'm holding my breath. How can I love a child? I've only just learned to love you. Yeah, biology's got you covered there. What kind of father could I possibly be? I whisper, forcing the words through my tightening throat. Oh, Christian. My name is almost a sob, and it twists my heart. One that tries his best. That's all any of us can do. Hannah, I don't know if I can. Okay, dude, welcome to human race. You never know what you can do or like until you're in the he even got a large supply of chocolate, which is hard to keep in supply in normal circumstances. I never touched it. Oh, you went off chocolate while you were pregnant? That is so sad. Though I can almost one up that because not having chocolate would drive me crazy. Though I haven't had chocolate in months, and it does drive me crazy because I still crave it. But it is not in the budget. So, but my British friend who has 4 kids said they always knew when his wife was pregnant because she would go off of tea. And yeah, British lady not drinking tea for 9 months. So yeah, I would think that would be like the absolute worst for British version not drinking tea because they're knocked up. But he did say that was how they always know. The first morning that he offered her a cup of tea, and she was like, "Oh no," like that was their confirmation of, "Hey, we're pregnant." Of course you can. You're loving, you're fun, you're strong. We'll set boundaries for him or the kid. Our child will want for nothing. Her eyes widen, imploring me. This is true. At least financially, the child will want for nothing. They'll definitely get a very good education, college, etc. They'll be well fed, which is important. They'll always have a home. So, you know, even if he's not the most emotionally available person, he wouldn't be the first father to be emotionally distant from his family. Like, come on. But, you'll do okay. And, try to remember that there's two people raising the child. Because I find that sometimes men and women do this. I've seen it both ways, but people like hyper focus and they forget that there's another person involved in a relationship because they're like, what if I can't do absolutely 100% of everything by myself? And it's like, who said you had to? Two people, therefore 50-50. I can handle some stuff too. Your husband's family to tell with somebody not drinking wine. Yep. Yeah, my aunt got busted on that with her second because she hadn't told anyone yet. But it was Christmas, and she only drank like two nights a year, her birthday and Christmas. And there was this wine, Black Tower wine, that she liked, and it was the only one that she liked. And so her brother would always buy her a bottle for Christmas, and she would pop it open and have like two glasses. And then the unfinished bottle would sit in her fridge at home for literally years. Because I remember when I was like 14, I opened the fridge once to get a drink, and there was literally 9 bottles of like half full Black Tower wine just in the bottom of the fridge. Some of them were like so many years old. I don't even know if they would be good anymore. I don't know why she kept them and never like finished them, but that's what she would do. And so he bought her the wine at Christmas and she had to be like coy about it. She was trying to hide it, but she got busted. Her mom took her in the kitchen and was like, "Okay, like you're not drinking. Are you pregnant again?" And she had to be like, yeah. Wasn't planning to announce it yet. It was very early, so she didn't want to tell anyone yet, but Christmas kind of called her out. Is it like really nasty wine? I don't know. I never even looked it up to see what kind it is. I don't even know if it's red or white. Or if they even like still make it. They probably do. I've certainly never had it, but just the thought of having it sit open for years, it had to have gone to vinegar by then. Probably. Yeah. Like, I can't imagine they were terribly drinkable after all those years in the fridge. Again, I don't know why she kept them. Like, either finish it and throw the bottle out, or if you know you're not going to finish it, pour it out and throw the bottle out, or keep the bottle as a decoration or whatever. But yeah, why are you just leaving a half bottle of wine endlessly in your fridge for years and years and years? Lots of them. I counted 9. Like, I don't understand. Hannah, it's just so soon. Is there room in my heart for someone else? Is there room in your heart for both of us? I feel like these are teenager questions. She continues. Yes, it would have been ideal to have waited, to have longer, just the two of us. But we'll be the three of us and we'll all grow up together. Yeah, this is what you want. You want to be raising a child while you're raising your husband. This is how they got married too, because this was his idiot proposal of, well, marry me and then we'll get to know each other, and it's like, I want to put a ring on it too, but I'm not gonna get married to somebody I've only known for 6 weeks. Yes, thank you, Cerebellum. Yes, we can all grow up together. Just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like, that sounds like the child is going to be raising the parents, which we've all seen that dynamic. And we'll all grow up together. We'll be a family, our own family. And your child will love you unconditionally like I do. Tears pool in her eyes and slowly trickle down her cheeks. She is pink clouding so hard. Oh, Anna, I gasp while keeping my own tears lodged in my throat. I thought I'd lost you again. Then I thought I'd lost you. Then I thought I'd lost you again. Seeing you laying on the ground, pale and cold and unconscious. It was all my worst fears realized. And now here you are, brave and strong and giving me hope, loving me after all that I've done. Yes, I love you, Christian, desperately. I always will. Well, at least we know she's capable of unconditional love, because, wow. Reaching up, I take her head in my hands and gently wipe her tears with my thumb. I swear to God, if they do it in a hospital bed, I love you too. I draw her lips to mine and kiss her, beyond grateful that she's still here and whole. Grateful that she is mine, of course. Ugh. I'll try to be a good father. You'll try and you'll succeed. And let's face it, you don't have much choice in the matter because Blip and I are not going anywhere. Blip? Oh God, I'd forgotten about this. God, because idiot Bella had to have a stupid, stupid name for the baby. Of course, Anastasia has to have an even dumber, more ridiculous, stupid name for the baby. God. Blip. Like, I'm sorry, but that's insulting. Am I the only one who thinks this? Blip. I had the name Junior in my head. Junior it is then. But I like Blip. I kiss her again, tentatively teasing her lips. And it's a match to dry kindling. There we go. Knew it, knew it. Because he likes the feel of her lips when she's been crying. My reaction is immediate. Innate. No. I pull away. As much as I'd like to kiss you all day, your breakfast is getting cold. Oh, is he going to be one of those guys that's afraid to fuck while she's pregnant? Because some guys definitely have that. They're like afraid they'll hurt the baby or something, which I kind of sort of get, but also read a book. As much as I'd like to kiss you all day, your breakfast is getting cold. Anna's eyes shine the color of a summer sky. She's amused, I think. Eat, I insist. She shuffles back into bed and I push the tray in front of her, a barrier between us. She starts on the pancakes with enthusiasm. You know, she says between mouthfuls, Blip might be a girl. Christ. I run my hand through my hair. Women, eh? Do you have a preference? Preference? Boy or girl? Healthy will do. Jesus, a girl who looks like Anna? Yeah, now we get into creepy territory. Like, I know we talked about this last week, but seriously, imagine him with a little girl that looks like Anastasia. The potential for bad. Eat, I snap. I'm eating, I'm eating. Jeez, keep your hair on, Gray. There's a very British expression. Keep your hair on is a very British expression. I move off the bed and take a seat in the armchair beside her. Cheered that we finally broached the subject of Blip. They're gonna say that ad nauseum, aren't they? I'm gonna. Ugh. Blip. Yeah, I like the name. I reach for the newspaper. Shit. Anna's on the front page. Really? In a town the size of Seattle, we're saying the kidnapping of a millionaire's wife and, well, the kidnapping of his sister and then, like, the attack of his wife, that's on front page. I don't feel like that would be front page news. Not in something, like, called the Seattle Times. Which, I don't know if that's a real paper. Or if it's just, neat generic name of newspaper. Worse would be a girl that favors him and in turn favors his mom. Oh, what do we think he's going to do when inevitably, because this will happen, when kid hits like early teenagerhood and he catches kids smoking a joint? Yeah. I'm not sure this kid makes it to adulthood. Blip. Yeah, I like the name. Oh yeah, he's on the front page. You made the papers again, Mrs. Gray. Inside I'm seething. Why can't they leave us alone? Fucking press. Have your lawyer send a cease and desist letter. I had to have my lawyer do that once because I was suing an insurance company. Full-time spy security. Yes. 100%. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The baby is going to have like a 4-person security team the second it's born. This is unquestionably going to happen. But I was suing an insurance company and I was a teenager myself. I was a minor too. And when I used to get to school, because how the buses ran and I had a really long way to go, and so I had to get a really early bus or I'd be late. And so I would get to school before it opened. And so I'd just sit on the steps outside and read a book for like 15 minutes till the principal got there. She was always first. This wasn't like a formal school. This was an alternative program that was run out of the basement of the Better Business Bureau building. So there's no signage or anything saying it was school actually, which they did have to fix later partly because of this. But for several days, I noticed there was a black car that would park across, and it was always the same car, which is not weird because there's street parking and you get the same people same time of day because it's first thing in the morning, like people going to work, whatever. But I wasn't sure the first time or the second time or the third time. I definitely saw the window go down and a camera being aimed at me. So I knew like somebody was taking pictures of me. I didn't know if it was just me or if it was like I didn't know what was going on. So I just thought this was some creep, like, taking pictures of me or of all the rest of us at the school, because creepy person taking pictures at school. So told the principal. She phoned the police, informed them. The next morning, as I was walking up to the school, the police were talking to guy in black car, and guy in black car did not return. I did tell it to my lawyer because he always told me if anything weird happens, tell him. And he was like, "Yeah, Cerebellum's got it. They had a private investigator following me." Now, granted, he didn't know that it was a school. Otherwise, he would not have parked across and taken pictures at a school because that's hella no. You're breaking some laws there. Also, it's really creepy. Really, really creepy. But yeah, my lawyer was like, "Oh, yeah, he's like, "Yeah, that's definitely an investigator that's following you, and they're probably following you other times as well." And I was just like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Because I was like 15, 16. And I didn't know they could do that at the time. It just never occurred to me. And nobody told me, so I didn't know. And I was just like, what the hell do you mean they can have me followed? Like, that's insane and creepy. But yeah, he explained, and he's like, they can. He's like, yes, it's creepy. And it's kind of frowned on in the industry and legally, but it is legal and they can. And to which I was like, okay, wait a minute. I don't usually do this, but I'm playing the I'm a minor card here. Are they still allowed to follow me if I am underage? And to which the answer is apparently yes. You would think there would be rules saying you can't follow a 15-year-old, but apparently not. I was very surprised, but yeah, it creeped me out. He didn't come back to the school. I will say that after the police had a word, he did not return. But then this, of course, put me in the position of having to explain to the principal that, oh yeah, the creepy guy taking pictures was my fault. Yeah, they were. Yeah, because it was an injury claim. So yeah, I guess they were trying to prove that I wasn't really injured or something. I don't know. I don't know. It was just that's probably what it was. But it was so creepy and so weird to be like, yeah, really creepy. Again, the hacks are just rehashing yesterday's story, but it seems factually accurate. You want to read it? She shakes her head. Read it to me. I'm eating. Anything to keep you eating, wife. Okay, don't call somebody. Don't talk like that. I read the article out loud as Anna tucks into her breakfast. She doesn't comment on what's been written, but asks me to read more. I like listening to you. Her words warm my heart and soul. She finishes her breakfast, sits back, and listens as I continue. But we're interrupted by a knock on the door. My spirits sink when Detective Clark shambles in. Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray, am I interrupting? Yes, I snap. He's the last person I want to see. Dude, do you really think after everything that happened, like, you're not going to have to talk to the police multiple times? Because this is not like a small thing. This is a massive, probably federal case. Like, you're going to have to talk to a lot of detectives and like district attorneys and prosecutors and whatever. And so is she, and it's going to drag on because if it goes to trial, which it easily could, that could take at least a year, at least. And then you both could very easily have to testify, because duh. Clark ignores me, which sets my teeth on edge. The arrogant asshole. He's doing his job. Glad to see you're awake, Mrs. Gray, he says. I just need to ask you a few questions about Thursday afternoon. Just routine. Is now a convenient time? Also, keep in mind she shot somebody. Not saying it wasn't in self defense or that she didn't have every right, but she did shoot somebody. So, there's some ass covering to be done. Sure, Hannah mumbles, but she looks wary. My wife should be resting. I'll be brief, Mr. Gray. And it means I'll be out of your hair sooner rather than later. Yeah, because he'll make one report and then, throw it over to the prosecutor who will be calling in short order, I have no doubt. He has a point. Giving Anna an apologetic look, reluctantly I stand and offer him my chair, then perch on the other side of the bed and take Anna's hand. I listen quietly as Clark lets my wife tell her side of the Hyde's kidnapping and extortion horror story. The words are at odds with her soft, sweet voice. Occasionally I tighten my grip on her hand as I rein in my anger, and I'm relieved when it's over. Anna's done well to remember so many details. Yeah? That's great, Mrs. Gray. Clark seems pleased. I wish you'd aimed higher, I mutter. Valid thought. Might have done womankind a service if Mrs. Gray had. He agrees. Okay, there's not something a cop should be saying that, oh yeah, it would have been much better if she killed him. And in front of her, too. You don't know how she feels about shooting somebody. She could be having, some guilt over it. This is a possibility. Hannah's puzzled look skims from Clark to me. She doesn't know what we're talking about, but I'm not going to explain that right now. She can't put one and one together on that. Thank you, Mrs. Gray. That's all for now. Clark shifts in his seat, ready to leave. You won't let him out again, will you? Anna flinches visibly at the thought. He shouldn't have been let out the first time. He was facing, multiple terrorism charges. I don't think he'll make bail this time, ma'am. Seriously, there's no judge in, anywhere that would give him bail. Do we know who posted his bail? I ask. No, sir, it was confidential. Isn't it always confidential? I don't think who posted bail for someone is public record. Ever. I'll chase Welch for an update to see if he found Hyde's benefactor. Clark rises to leave just as Dr. Singh and two interns enter the room, and I follow the detective out, taking Anna's tray with me. Good day, Mr. Gray, Clark says, saluting me, then walks up on the corridor. Walks on up the corridor. Ugh, brain glitch. Taylor rises from his chair outside Anna's room and follows me into the nurse's kitchen where I deposit the tray. Sir, I'll take care of that. Thanks. I leave him to wash up and return to Anna's room where I hang back while Dr. Singh completes her examination. You're good. I think you can go home, she says with a pleasant smile to Anna. Thank God. Mrs. Gray, you'll have to watch for worsening headaches and blurry vision. If that occurs, you must return to the hospital immediately. Yes, I remember the concussion checklist sheet. I've been sent home with it a few times. It's usually very brightly colored for some reason. Anna nods, beaming, clearly as grateful as I am that she's being discharged. Dr. Singh, can I have a word? Of course. We step into the corridor, and I'm relieved that Taylor's still away from his station on the chair outside. My wife, yes, Mr. Gray. Her injuries, will they stop us? Dr. Singh frowns. Sexual act. She interrupts me, finally understanding my gist. Yes, Mr. Gray, that's fine. She smiles and adds in a quieter tone. Provided your wife is, you know, willing. I'm sorry, but total stranger feels the need to tell him this. And also, she's supposedly got bruised ribs. There's not a lot of sex that's gonna not cause extreme pain when you have bruised ribs. Like, breathing is hard. Like, why is he asking the doctor if it's okay for them to fuck? I don't understand. That's a plus for him. Yes, for Snickety. So glad to see you. Give Sasha a cuddle and some ear scritches for me if she's handy. Unless she's still, watching out for rabbits. Do you have snow there? You keep making the same typing mistake today. It's snowing today. She's not looking for rabbits. She's eyeing my pecan pie. Oh dear. That's probably not good for Doggy. I mean, I know she won't be told that, but probably very not good for Doggy. Oh, I love pecan pie though. It's weird because I don't usually like nuts of any kind, but I love pecan pie. It's really good. Does she like to roll around in the snow, or is it something that she goes like, ew, wet paws, cold? I give her a broad smile. What was all that about? Anna asks as I close the door. Sex. I give her a wicked grin. Please tell me they're not going to do it before she leaves. Like, seriously. Please don't. I cannot think of places I would want to do it less than in a hospital. And I know, like, Grey's Anatomy and, like, even ER fell victim to it. I haven't seen The Pit yet. I know ER is suing them um, for ripping off Noah Wiley's character from them, which apparently they did. Because I haven't watched it, but everyone I've heard talking about it is like, no, it really is just the continuation of ER, like 20 years later, with like he has a different name in it, of course, but it's like, no, he's still Carter, and like I guess they gave him a backstory that is Carter's backstory, and so yeah, they're getting sued. But then apparently the powers that be are not worried about it because they announced season 2, so. Henna colors, and you're good to go. I think she could have asked that herself. Hannah can't hide her amusement. I have a headache. Her teasing smirk makes me doubt if she's being entirely truthful. I know you'll be off limits for a while. I was just checking. She frowns as if I'm interpreting her look correctly. I'd say she's disappointed. Nurse Nora bustles into the room. After a hoity glance at me, she removes Anna's IV. Anna thanks her and Nora exits. I smile as she leaves. I don't begrudge her at all. She's taking good care of my wife. I resolved to make a substantial donation to the hospital staff appreciation fund. Is that a real thing? They tried working with Michael Crichton's estate, and the estate broke off the development deal. They changed everything and created a new show. So it was supposed to actually be a continuation of ER? So, yeah, I guess I guess the estate is suing them for not changing enough? I don't know. I heard it was a really good show. It's on my, like, binge watch list. 'Cause I think it's only, like, 10 episodes. It's a ripoff in the sense that Noah Wyle is in it, and it focuses on an ER. There are substantial differences, though. Yeah. Yeah, because I know Noah Wiley's in it because like, his face is everywhere, but and yeah, it focuses on an ER. But, like, come on, you could like, just because he yes, previously 20 years ago, a show that's been off the air for 20 years, he previously played a doctor, doesn't mean he can never play a doctor again. Like, come on. Do you know how many, like, actors play, like, get typecast as, like, always being a doctor or a nurse, or, like, how many actors are always play a cop in everything? It was supposed to be more like a continuation, but they did everything after the estate walked. Yeah. Oh, it sucks they couldn't come to terms, though. It would have been nice to continue ER, maybe bribe George Clooney into making an appearance. Certainly, with George Clooney and is it Juliana Margulies? I feel like her first name's not Juliana, but the nurse that wound up with the George Clooney character. Her last name is Margulies. I forget her first name. Um, she was also in Miss Babylon. 24 has a good chance at winning a lawsuit. It focuses on a shift in 1 hour increments. Meaning, as good a chance, meaning they wouldn't win either. Yeah. Yeah, you can't say your show has one element that is the same as something I did, and you can't ever do that because I own the concept of, like, no. Okay. Whew. Suddenly 500 degrees. Whew. Where were we? Shall I take you home? I turned to Anna. I'd like to see Ray first. Cray, of course she wants to see her dad. Sure. Is he in the same hospital? Excuse me. Does he know about the baby? I thought you'd want to be the one to tell him. I haven't told your mom either. Well, that's good at least. Thank you. My mom knows. She saw your chart. I told my dad, but no one else. Mom said couples normally wait for 12 weeks or so to be sure. I shrug. This is her decision. I'm not sure I'm ready to tell Ray. That's probably a good idea. I have a feeling word's going to get around, though. I should warn you, he's mad as hell. Said I should spank you. Yeah, the most out of character line ever. And his mouth drops open. It's such a gratifying response. I laugh. I told him I'd be only too willing to oblige. You didn't. Anna gapes at me, but her eyes shine with amusement. Will this ever get old? Shocking my wife. I'm glad I still can. I wink at her. Here, Taylor brought you some clean clothes. I'll help you dress. Ray is quietly overjoyed to see his daughter. It shows in his eyes, unmasked for a moment when he sets them on Anna. Fear, relief, love, and anger are all reflected in their dark depths. I beat a hasty retreat, knowing he's going to reprimand Anna as she deserves to be reprimanded. What? Like, no. I'm sorry, but no. Like, I am getting rage. Like, just no. All of the no. Oh, ow, neck. Taylor's waiting outside by her door. Sir, there are still photographers outside the main entrance. Well, thank God hospitals have about 1 billion ways out of them. Find a back way out and have Sawyer meet us there with the car. Will do. He strides off and I reach for my phone to call Welch. Mr. Gray, he answers. Welch, any news? Yes, I'm waiting to board my plane. Let me find a quiet corner. There's rustling and I hear a muffled airline departure announcement, but not to Seattle. Right, he grunts. I've uncovered some excuse me. I've uncovered some information about Hyde. Excuse me. I'll bring that to you. I'd rather you see it in person than have me go through it over the phone. Can't you tell me now? I'd rather not. It's a little public here, and this is not a secure line. Why am I having hiccups? What the hell could it be? Also, the police discovered several USB sticks in Hyde's apartment during their fingertips search. Sex tapes, all of them, with his old assistant, with Morgan. It's some pretty heavy stuff. Why would you know this? Why would that matter? Fuck. My scalp crawls. My guess is he used the footage to buy their silence, and also to blackmail Morgan. Welch's gruff voice drives the point home. I knew about Morgan, but his former assistants? Well, yeah, duh. Thank God I stopped Anna from going to New York with him. Okay, you're so not getting a pass for how you did that, though. They'll probably charge him with that, too. Welch continues, but they're still building their case. I see. Any word on who posted bail yet? Nothing certain, but I'll get into that when I'm back. What time can I expect you? I'll be there around 5 p.m. See you then. I hang up wondering what he's found that connects me to Hyde. Okay, taking a stretch break. Yes, there's only one chapter tonight because it is 40 pages long exactly, which is great. Oh, it's been over an hour, so stretch break. Anna is subdued as we head down to the rear entrance of the hospital. I think she's been chastened by the reunion with her father. And even though I'm with her dad all the way on this, a very small part of me feels sorry for her. I would not like to be on the receiving end of Raymond Steele's ire. I hate this part so much. Once in the car, Anna calls her mother. Hi, Mom. Her voice is husky with controlled emotion. Carla, on the other hand, I can hear through the phone as she sobs and wails. Mom. Hannah doesn't stand a chance. Her eyes fill, and I reach over to take her hand and give her a supportive squeeze, brushing my thumb over her knuckles. But I tune their conversation out as my thoughts turn to Welch and what he might have discovered. I'm irritated that he didn't give me a clue over the phone. Well, do I even want to know? I'm going with yes. I stare out of the window and wonder. What's wrong? Anna asks, and I realize she's finished her call with her mom. Welch wants to see me. Welch? Why? He's found something out about that fucker Hyde. He really is one with the language. My lips form a snarl around his name. I loathe the man with every fiber of my being. Loathe is not strong enough. Hate is not strong enough. I detest him and everything he's done. Anna's still looking at me expectantly. He didn't want to tell me on the phone. Oh, he's coming here this afternoon from Detroit. You think he found a connection? I nod. What do you think it is? I have no idea. It's frustrating, but I shelved the thought as right now I need to concentrate on my wife. Glad to be home, I ask Anna as we step into the elevator at Escala. Yes. Anna's reply is pin drop quiet, and I watch as the blood slowly drains from her face. She raises glazed eyes to mine and starts to tremble. Hell. It's finally hitting her. Yeah, this is a thing. She's traumatized. Well, yeah, anybody would be. By the way, has Gray even gone to check on his sister? Because she was in the same hospital. Did he even go to see Mia? Because I don't think he did. Hey, I gather her into my arms. You're home. You're safe. I kiss her hair. Thankfully, she smells more like Anna without the synthetic tang of drugs and disinfectant. Oh, Christian. A sob bubbles up through her lips and she starts to weep. Hush now. I cradle her head against my chest, wanting to chase away the hurt and fear. She must have been holding all this emotion inside. For my benefit? I hope not. Hey, people need time to process. Okay, what is touching my leg? Puppy has wiggled, so now that his nose and his paws are under the blanket, but I can see his back and one ear. I'm surprised he's still sleeping. Usually, as soon as I start talking to the screen, he's like, What are you doing? Let me stick my face in your face. Let me sit on your chest and just be fully in the way. He's a jealous little thing. I hate to see her cry, but I understand the need right now. Let it all out, babe. I'm here. When the elevator doors slide open, I lift her into my arms, and she clings to me, sobbing still, each sound a lesion in my heart. I carry her through the foyer, down the corridor, and into our ensuite, where I deposit her on the white chair as if she's made of glass. Path? Anna shakes her head, then winces. Shit, her head aches. Duh. Shower. She nods, tears still streaming down her face. The sight claws at my soul, and I suck in a breath to contain my warring emotions. Rage at Hyde, and fury at myself for letting this happen. Normally I would say not his fault, but he did have the world's worst security, so kind of his fault. I switch on the shower, and when I turn back, Anna's rocking slowly, keening into her hands. Hey, I kneel at her feet and cover each of her hands in mine, easing them away from her tear-stained cheeks. I cradle her face and she blinks away her tears as we gaze into each other's eyes. You're safe. You both are. I murmur. Her grief wells in her eyes once more and renders me helpless. Stop now. I can't bear it when you cry. Yeah, telling a crying woman to stop crying, you're going to get one result. It's not going to be them stopping. My voice is my voice is hoarse. My words are honest, yet woefully inadequate against the tide of her anguish. I wipe her cheeks once more with my thumbs, but it's a losing battle. Her tears still flow. I'm sorry, Christian. Just sorry for everything. For making you worry, for risking everything, for the things I said. Hush, baby, please. I kiss her forehead. I'm sorry. It takes two to tango, Anna. I try a crooked smile to cheer her. Well, that's what my mom always says. I said things and did things I'm not proud of. My words come back to haunt me. This is why I like control. So shit like this doesn't come along and fuck everything up. Okay, I guess some points for realizing what an asshole he was. Like, seriously? Shame burns like a pyre in my chest. Gray, this is not helping. Let's get you undressed. Hannah wipes her nose with the back of her hand. The raw gesture endears her to me even more. I kiss her forehead because I need her to know that I love her, no matter what she does. Taking her hand, I support her as she staggers to her feet and quickly undress her, taking particular care as I tug her t-shirt over her head. I guide her to the shower and open the door, where we pause as I strip out of my clothing. When I'm naked, I take her hand and we both step in. Are they gonna have shower sex again? Beneath the waterfall of steaming water, I hold her tight, hard and tight against me. I never want to let her go. She continues to cry, her tears washed away by the cascade flowing over us. I rock her gently from side to side, the rhythm soothing me, and I hope Anna. I'm rocking my child too, inside her. Whoa, that's a strange thought. I kiss her hair, so grateful she's back at home with me. When I'd feared, shit, don't go there, Gray. All of a sudden, I hear a loud sniff and Anna steps out of my arms. She seems to have stopped crying. Pet her? She nods, her eyes clear. Good. Let me look at you. Her brows furrow, and I hope she won't stop me as I need to see for myself what that asshole prick has done to my wife. Taking her hand, I turn it over. My gaze travels from the graze on her wrist to the abrasion at her elbow, to the large fist-sized bruise on her shoulder. The sight of these marks infuriates me, igniting the embers of my earlier anger at Hyde. I bend to kiss each scrape and bruise, planting the barest of kisses on each site. Grabbing the washcloth and the shower gel from the rack, I soap the cloth, inhaling the sweet fragrance of jasmine. Turn around. Hannah does as she's told, and knowing she's fragile and wounded, I wash her arms and neck and shoulders and back, as tenderly as I'm able. Absorbed in the task, I keep my touch light. She doesn't complain, and the tension in her shoulders eases little by little as I wash them. I turn her so I have a clearer vision of the bruise on her hips. My fingers skate over the livid purple mark. She winces. Motherfucker. It doesn't hurt, Anna says quietly, and I raise my head to meet her brilliant gaze. I don't believe her. I want to kill him. I nearly did. The rage I felt when Hyde was on the ground burns deep inside my soul. I should have kicked him to a pulp. I'm pretty sure you did. To shield Anna from my murderous thoughts, I concentrate on the washcloth and soap it again with shower gel. I bathe her body once more, her sides and her behind, and I kneel at her feet and wash her legs. I pause at the bruise on her knee, lean in and brush my lips against it before moving on to soap her feet. Her fingers tangle in my hair, distracting me from my task. When I look up, her expression is raw and tender, and it twists my heart. Standing, standing, I trace the bruise at her ribs with my fingertips, a sight stroking my fury once more, but I dampen it down. It's not helping either of us. Oh, baby. I push the words past the anguish in my throat. I'm okay. Her fingers weave into my hair again, and she pulls my head down and kisses me. Soft, sweet. I hold myself back. She's hurt. But her tongue teases me, and the fire flares once more, blazing through my body in a different way. No, I whisper against her lips and pull back. Let's get you clean. You cannot tell me with all those bruises that she is going to be in the mood now. Anna regards me through her lashes, that way that she does, and her eyes flick down to my growing erection, then back to my eyes. She pouts, so prettily, and the mood between us lightens immediately. Grinning like the clown I am, I kiss her quickly. Clean, not dirty. I like dirty. Me too, Mrs. Gray, but not now. Not here. I grab the shampoo and squirt some into my hands. Using only my fingertips, I gently wash her hair, remembering how gentle she was when she last washed mine, and how cherished I felt then. After I've rinsed out the suds, I switch off the shower and exit, taking her with me. I cloak her in a warm towel, wrap one around my waist, and hand her a towel for her hair. Here. She can judge how vigorous to be. She's the one with the hairline fracture in her skull. My lighter mood takes a nosedive. That asshole. I still don't understand why Elizabeth was involved with Jack. Anna intrudes on my dark thoughts. I do, I offer. She peers at me, and I'm expecting a question, but she seems to lose her train of thought as her eyes study me. All of me. Okay, why is she having like a sudden case of super horny? This makes no sense. Mrs. Gray, I smirk. Enjoying the view? How do you how do you know? That you're enjoying the view? No. She sounds exasperated. About Elizabeth. I sigh. Detective Clark hinted at it. Anna's brows knit together and her gaze goads me, demanding more information. Hyde had videos. Videos of all of them. On several USB flash drives. Videos of him fucking her. Fucking all his PAs. Her mouth drops open. Exactly. Blackmail material. He likes it rough. So do I. Fuck. Christ. So self-disgust sweeps over me like an avenging angel. Yeah, I was getting there. I was getting there because I'm like, dude, you don't get to judge so harshly because you like extremely rough sex too, and you also have blackmail photos of your former subs. Now, as far as we know, Gray never actually blackmailed any of his former subs, but he did say that he had the kinky sex photos of them as like insurance so they could never tell anyone about what he did to them. So, you're not any better. I mean, as far as we know, he hasn't made any of his former subs participate in a kidnap murder plot, but that could just be a matter of time. And we don't know what he's done or not done over the years, so yeah, you are two sides of the same coin there. And also, he still has the photos. Pregnancy hormones do crazy things to libido 0 to 100 quicker than Gray. Okay, so I guess super horny is a symptom of pregnancy. I can understand that because, when I'm approaching that time of the month, I can definitely have bouts of super horny. And super bitchy. And ragey and crying. Basically I should come with a warning sign that says, do not take me seriously for the next 10 days, no matter what I say. Don't, Anna interrupts, the word like the crack of a whip. Don't what? You aren't anything like him. Yes, he is. How did she guess? You're not. Anna's tone is insistent. Oh, but Anna, I am. We're cut from the same cloth. Yes. No, you're not. Anna's fervent denial silences me. His dad died in a brawl in a bar. His mother drank herself into oblivion. He was in and out of foster homes as a kid, in and out of trouble, too. Mainly boosting cars. Spent time in juvie. My God, she's remembered everything I told her on the plane to Aspen, and she doesn't stop. She's on a roll. You both have troubled pasts. You were both born in Detroit. That's it, Christian. She fists her hands and places them on her hips. Okay, like, we can match a lot of that to Gray, though. He wasn't in and out of the foster care system, but he did get in trouble growing up and as a teenager, and the only reason he didn't spend time in juvie is because he had a rich, well-connected family. His mother was also an addict. We don't know what happened to his father or who his father even is. That's never mentioned. So, yeah, very similar. She's trying to intimidate me dressed only in a towel. It's not going to work because I know who I am. But I don't want to rile her. Now is not the time for an argument. It's not good for her or the baby. Anna, your faith in me is touching, especially in light of the last few days. We'll know more when Welch is here. In other words, I'm ignoring you, but I'm trying to not act like I'm ignoring you. Christian, pending I plant a swift kiss on her lips to end the discussion. Enough. Her expression is sullen. And don't pout, I add. Come, let me dry your hair. She presses her lips together, but to my relief, she drops the subject. I lead her into the bedroom and then head into the closet, where I dress quickly, dragging on jeans and a t-shirt. I grab a pair of her sweatpants and one of my t-shirts for her. While she slips on the clothes, I plug in the hairdryer and sit down on the bed. I gesture to her to join me. Anna perches between my legs and I start to brush through her wet hair. I love combing out her hair. It's so soothing. Yeah, because he remembers combing his mother's hair, so this is repeating that. Soon the only sound in our bedroom is the high-pitched whine of the hairdryer. Anna's shoulders slump as she relaxes against me, and she's quiet for a while. So, did Clark tell you anything else while I was unconscious? Her words drag me from my absorbing task. Not that I recall. I heard a few of your conversations. You did. I stopped brushing. Yes. My dad, your dad, Detective Clark, your mom, and Kate. Kate was there? Briefly, yes. She's mad at you too. Okay, everybody, her life sucks. She jerks around. Stop with the everyone's mad at Anna crap, okay? Yeah, seriously. Her tone is as high pitched as the hairdryer. Just telling you the truth, I shrug. I'm still a little mad at you myself, Anna. He said that in his head, thankfully. Yes, it was reckless, but you know, your sister was in danger. Yes, she was. I murmur as a bleak, morbid fantasy of what could have happened plays out once more in my head. Disarmed with a simple truth. Anna, you humble me at every turn. I switch off the hairdryer and grasp her chin, gazing into clear, vibrant eyes. Eyes I could drown in. No, I'm not mad. I'm in awe of my brave, brave woman. She had the courage to save Mia. Thank you. Words are inadequate, but no more recklessness, because next time I will spank the living shit out of you. She sucks in a breath. You wouldn't. Ugh. Okay, need to take 2-second break. Why wouldn't he be mad at her saving his sister's life? Seems like a normal response completely, right? Alright, I need the ladies' room. I'll be right back. Everyone, please love your nearest fur baby or cuddly thing while I'm gone. Stuffies and squishies count. Hello, everyone. Thank you for patiently waiting. Much better now. Okay. Thank you, phone cord, for serving as book. Bookmark. Why can I not think of that word? I used to have so many bookmarks. Now I don't know where any of them are. Remember when you used to buy a book and you get a free bookmark? Because I also remember discovering that chapters had like $20 bookmarks, and I was like, are you kidding me? It's still a piece of cardboard. It's very pretty. Some of them have metallic, but $20? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, baby, my palm is twitching right now. I would. I can't hold back my smug smile. I have your stepfather's permission. Okay, everybody needs to die. Anna's pupils dilate, and her lips part, and it's there between us. That electricity that crackles invisibly. I feel it everywhere, and I know she does too. Anna, no. Suddenly she launches herself at me. So they're both just like immune to any physical like pain or consequences because he didn't get hung over when he should have been half dead. And she has a skull fracture and bruised ribs, and she's like able to move and launch herself at him. Okay. Fuck. Hannah. I catch her and twist so we'll fall together on the bed. Anna in my arms. But her face crumples in pain and she gasps. Duh. Behave, I growl, my tone harsher than I intend. Sorry. She caresses my cheek and I take her hand and kiss her palm. Honestly, Anna, you really have no regard for your own safety. I lift the hem of her t-shirt and rest my fingertips on her belly. A thrill of the unknown sharpens all my senses. There is life. Here. Inside her. What did she say? Flesh of my flesh? Our child? Oh, we're getting really biblical now. It's not just you anymore, I whisper, and skate my fingers across her taut, warm skin. Hannah tenses beneath me, driving air into her lungs. I know that sound. My eyes move to hers, and I lose myself in their fathomless blue depths. It's Anna's desire. I feel it too. Our special alchemy. But it's impossible. She's hurt. Reluctantly, I lift my fingertips from her skin, tug down her t-shirt, and then tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Because I still need to touch her, but I can't give her what we both want. No, I breathe. Anna's face falls, her expression forlorn. Don't look at me like that. I've seen the bruises and the answer's no. I kiss her forehead and she squirms beside me. Christian, she moans, needling me. No, get into bed. I sit up to remove myself from temptation. Bed. She looks crestfallen. Yeah, seriously, she just spent like 3-4 days in bed. She probably needs to like walk around and stretch. Honestly, I would. You need rest. I need you. The wine is gone, leaving only a husky come on in her voice. Closing my eyes, I shake my head at her audacity and my desire. She's hurt. I open my eyes and glare at her. Just do as you're told, Anna. Yeah, this is what. Ugh! Like, I'd be picking up the hairdryer and throwing it at him. Okay, she mutters, with an exaggerated pout that immediately lifts my spirits and makes me want to laugh. I'll bring you some lunch. You're going to cook? She blinks incredulous. I'm going to heat something up. Mrs. Jones has been busy. I would not be trusting him to cook. I'm barely trusting him to use a microwave. Christian, I'll do it. I'm fine, geez. I want sex, and I can certainly cook. She struggles to sit up, but winces. Damn it, Anna. Bed. I point at the pillow, all carnal thoughts banished. Join me. She makes one last ditch attempt. I don't know what's gotten into her. Well, actually, you do. You just don't know that it's causing crazy horny. Not you recently, Cray. His own brain is like, Anna, get into bed, now, I scowl. She answers with a scowl of her own, stands and drops her sweatpants to the floor in a dramatic gesture. In spite of her glower, she looks lovely. I hide my smile, and part of me is beyond pleased that she still wants me, after all that's transpired the last few days. She loves me. I draw back the duvet. You heard what you heard Doctor Singh. She said rest. Still pouting, Anna complies, sliding into bed and folding her arms, conveying her frustration. I want to laugh, but I don't think my mirth would be well received. Stay, I order. With the memory of her beautiful sour face, I hurry into the kitchen to find the fabled chicken stew Taylor mentioned this morning. Isn't it like chicken soup and like beef stew? I don't think I've ever even heard of chicken stew before. I mean, there's no reason you can't, but I'm not yeah, not particularly in the know on that, but it sounds weird somehow. It just does. But since we are approaching the halfway mark, I am going to pour myself a drink because I want one. Ugh, and this is a little tedious, so. Uh, there's still gnats around, so I didn't want to pour it before because then I would be having to wave them off. Alright, so the option of making me chug the glass is now firmly on the table. Also, just to recap, because I'm trying to do it more often, making me chug the entire glass is a $50 donation. For 25, I will put on these handcuffs. Very real. Police issue handcuffs. There is a key in the case. There is another key on a string around the monitor because we practice safety here always. And for 25, I will put these on for the rest of the evening. We also have our 5 random ducks still in their bag for $10 each. And of course, we have our waiting to join the Pantheon painted ducks at a range of $10 to $20 depending. 10, 10, 20, 15. I think I said 15, 15, 15. So, and if you do want to sponsor a painted duck, please specify which painted duck and what you would like to name it. Because you always get to name the duck when you sponsor a duck. That is the rule. But please consider helping a girl out if you can, and thank you everyone has and will. Did I actually get to the end of the page? I did. Good. Maybe it's thicker, more gravy style. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because you probably have to keep the flavors pretty light because chicken, can't handle a lot of like strong flavor, can't stand up to it. Yeah, like maybe like a lighter gravy, but just like a thick, not as like hearty probably as like a beef stew. I heard of turkey stew, beef and venison. Yeah, never chicken. I knew someone that made chili with buffalo meat once. I didn't eat it. It's good to see Anna wolfing down Mrs. Jones's cooking. I sit cross-legged in the middle of the bed, watching her as I devour my lunch. It's delicious and nourishing too. Perfect for Anna. That was very well heated. She smacks her lips, looking replete and a little drowsy. I beam at her, feeling pleased. I managed not to burn myself this time, so yeah, it was. Okay, dude, if you're burning yourself on microwaving stuff, you really suck. You look tired. I place my bowl on her tray and, standing, take both from her. I am, she admits. Good. Sleep. I kiss her quickly. I have some work I need to do. I'll do it in here if that's okay with you. She nods and closes her eyes, and seconds later she's out. Roz has sent me a preliminary report of her visit to Taiwan. She reassures me that while it was the right decision for her to go, I'll still have to travel there myself, and soon. It's strange reading her quick summary. It's been days since I thought about my business, my company, the shipyard, or even the world at large. I've lost track of time. My attention has been solely concentrated on my wife. I glance over at her. She's still fast asleep. I read through my other emails and detailed there's a detailed earnings projection on Geolumara and a remarkably upbeat email from Hassan at GEH Fiber Optics. Morale there is up since my visit and business is going well. My trip to see them was worth it. Taylor's gentle tap at the door disturbs my reading. Welch is here, sir. I can barely hear him, he's speaking so softly. I nod and with another quick check on my sleeping beauty, follow him out to the living room. Welch is standing and admiring the view from the window. He's grasping a large manila envelope. Showtime, Gray. Why am I suddenly getting froggy? Welch. Welch. He turns. Mr. Gray. Shall we head into my study? I listen to Anna's breathing as I watch her, timing each of my breaths to hers. In, out, in, out. Focusing on her means I don't have to focus on the photographs Welch has left with me. Why didn't Carrick and Grace tell me? I lived with Jackson Hyde. How did I not know this? You were very tiny and you don't remember. My thoughts have been racing, searching through all the nooks and crannies of my troubled mind, trying to shine a light in the shadows. But I found nothing. My foster care experience is hidden in the murky depths of the past. I cannot remember any of it. A chunk of my life. Gone. No, not gone. Erased. It's in its pl- ugh. In its place is a dark, gaping hole of nothing but uncertainty. It's deeply unsettling. Surely I should remember something. Anna stirs. Her eyes flicker open and find mine. Thank God. What's wrong? She blanches as she sits up, her face strained by concern. Welch has just left. And? I lived with the fucker. The words are barely audible. Lived? With Jack? Swallowing down my agitation, I nod. He related? Anna's shock is palpable. No. Good God, no. Frowning, she moves over and tugs back the duvet. It's an invitation to join her. I don't hesitate. I need her to anchor me to the now and to help me make sense of the alarming news and this huge gap in my memory. Right now, I'm untethered from everything. Kicking off my shoes and, excuse me, clutching the photographs, I slip in beside her and drape an arm over her upper thigh as I lay my head in her lap. Slowly, she trails her fingers through my hair. The gesture is comforting, and it calms my troubled soul. I don't understand, she says. Closing my eyes, I picture Welch and recall the throaty rasp of his voice as he briefed me. I repeat the words for Anna, editorializing a little. After I, fa- after I was found, after I was found with the crack whore, before I went to live with Carrick and Grace, I was in the care of the state of Michigan. I lived in a foster home. I pause and take a gulp of air, but I can't remember anything about that time. Anna's hand stops and rests on my head. For how long? 2 months or so. I have no recollection. Have you spoken to your mom or dad about it? They probably wouldn't know anything, honestly. No. Perhaps you should. Maybe they could fill in the blanks. I tighten my hold on Anna, my life raft. Here. I pass her the photographs. I've been poring over them in the hopes they might stir a dormant memory that's buried deep. The first depicts a scrubby little house with a cheery yellow front door. The second shows an ordinary working class couple and their three scrawny, unremarkable children. Plus Jackson Hyde is an 8-year-old, and me. I'm 4 years old. A small scrap of humanity. with wild, haunted eyes and threadbare clothes, clutching a filthy blanket. It's obvious the 4-year-old is severely malnourished. No wonder I'm always nagging Anna to eat. This is not news to him. He was aware of this, like, when they met, that he had that happen and why. This is you? Hannah gasps and stifles a sob. That's me. My voice is bleak right now. I have no words of comfort for her. I've got nothing. I'm numb. I stare out at the dusk, the sky streaked in a pale pink and orange that heralds the coming darkness. A darkness that claims me as one of its own. A husk of a man once more. Hollowed and emptied. I am not getting this. I am not understanding why he's reacting like this. Okay, is it weird and kind of creepy that they were in the same foster home at one point, and is that probably related to why Hyde came after him? Yes. Like, but it is not news to him that, he's adopted, he came from the system, he knows this. Like, I mean, seeing a picture would probably be very disturbing, but this feels like way too much. I'm missing time, missing a part of myself I didn't even know existed. I don't understand why. I'm scared to know why. What happened to me back then? How could I have forgotten it all? Well, your mom died and you got thrown in the system with strangers and you were like 3.5, 4 years old, dude. Like, no wonder you don't remember. And cling to the residual anger that simmers beneath the surface. It's aimed at Carrick and Grace. Why the fuck didn't they tell me? Tell you what? Like, I'm sorry, but tell you what? That you lived with Jack Hyde? I doubt they know that. Like, I highly doubt that they know that. Or what, that you were in foster care when they adopted you? What did you think happened? Like, I am not understanding his disconnect right now. I close my eyes. I don't want the darkness. I've lived in it too long. I want the light that Anna brings. Welch brought these photos? She asks. Yes. I don't remember any of this. Remember being with foster parents? Why should you? Christian, it was a long time ago. Is that what's worrying you? I remember other things, from before and after, when I met my mom and dad, but this? It's like there's a huge chasm. Is Jack in this picture? Yes, he's the older kid. Anna's silent for a moment, and I hug her harder. Okay, do not hug people with bruised ribs. Just don't. When Jack called to tell me he had Mia, she mutters, he said if things had been different, it could have been him. Revulsion shudders through me. That fucker. You think he did all this because the Greys adopted you instead of him? As bad guy motivations go, that is weak. It's not like, again, it's not like Hyde had a terrible life. He was very well educated. He had a really good job. He was making, like, presumably a very, very tidy income. He was successful at what he did. So I'm not getting why, like, he may have said, oh, Gray had everything handed to him, and he's richer than me, but Hyde was by no means poor. Like, he made his way in the world and had been quite successful as well. So I'm not getting the, toxic criminal, I want to kill you level of resentment here. Now, granted, that's probably just atrociously bad writing and lack of proper. Because, like, seriously, if you want your bad guy to be this personal, you gotta really give him a good reason. And, some rich family chose you instead of me 30 years ago. Like, that's just not doing it. Who knows? I don't give a fuck about it. That's why you're deeply digging into his past and paying tens of thousands of dollars to know everything, because you don't care, really. Perhaps he knew we were seeing each other when I went for that job interview. Perhaps he planned to seduce me all along. I'm going with yeah. Anna's dread echoes in her voice. I don't think so. The searches he did on my family didn't start until a week or so after you began your job at SIP. Barney knows the exact dates. And Anna, he fucked all his assistants and taped them. Anna's quiet. I wonder what she's thinking. About Hyde, about me. I could have ended up like Hyde if I hadn't been adopted. Is she comparing me to him? Fuck. I am like Hyde. A monster. Is that what she sees? That we're the same. What a repulsive thought. Christian, I think you should talk to your mom and dad. She squirms and I release her legs, but she shuffles down into the bed so we're facing each other. Let me call them, she offers in a tender whisper. I shake my head. Please, she pleads. Her expression is as compassionate and sincere as ever, her eyes brimming with love. Perhaps she's not comparing me to Hyde. Should I call my parents? Maybe they can offer the missing pieces on these fragments of my past. They're bound to remember, surely. I'll call them, I murmur. Good. We can go see them together. Or you can go, whichever you prefer. No, they can come here. Why? I don't want you going anywhere. Christian, I'm up for a car journey. That's probably not a great idea. No. I give her a lopsided smile. Anyway, it's Saturday night. They're probably at some function. Call them. This news has obviously upset you. I might be able to shed some light. Anna's words are shocking. As I gaze into her eyes, there's no judgment there. Only her love shining through the cracks in my darkness. Okay. I'll play it her way. I pick up the bedside phone and call my parents home. Anna snuggles up while I wait for an answer. Christian. Carrick's voice has never been more welcome. They're home. Dad. I can't hide my surprise. Great to hear from you, son. How's Anna? Anna's good. We're home. Welch has just left. He found out the connection. Connection? With what? With who? Hyde? Yeah, you gotta catch some people up here, dude. The foster home in Detroit. Carrick is silent on the other end of the phone. I don't remember any of that. My voice wavers as my shame and simmering anger surface. A poisonous cocktail. Anna hugs me tighter. Christian, why would you? It was long ago. But your mother and I can fill in the gaps, I'm sure. Yeah? I hate the hope in my voice. We'll come over. Now, if you like. You will? I can scarcely believe it. Of course. I'll bring some paperwork from that time with me. We'll be there soon. It will be good to see Anna, too. Paperwork? Well, yeah, there's going to be adoption paperwork that probably has things like your mom's name in it. Great. I hang up and regard Anna's cautious, curious expression. They're on their way. I still can't hide my surprise. I ask my parents for help, and they come running. Good. I should get dressed, Anna says. I tighten my hold on her. Don't go. Okay. She bathes me in a loving smile and she snuggles once more into my side. Anna and I stand arm in arm in the doorway of the living room to welcome my parents. My mother lights up when she sees Anna, her joy and gratitude obvious to each of us. Reluctantly, I release my wife into my mother's embrace. Anna, Anna, darling Anna, she says, and I have to strain to hear her. Saving two of my children, how can I ever thank you? Yep, Mom's right. She saved me too. Dad hugs Anna, his eyes shining with paternal affection. He kisses her forehead. From behind them, Mia, whom I wasn't expecting, appears and pulls Anna into a fierce hug. Thank you for saving me from those assholes. All the Grey children talk the same. They all talk the same. Like, is it a rebellion thing? Because they were definitely raised not to curse, I promise you. But they all do, and they do it so badly. Like, there is an art to cursing effectively. Oh, wine is going straight to my head. Which is probably a good thing. Oh. Oh. Gotta work on not hunching so much. Hey. Anna winces. Mia, careful. She's in pain. My shout startles everyone. Of course. They brought Mia because Mom doesn't want to let her out of her sight. Yes. She was drugged and kidnapped only a few days ago. My irritation at my baby sister evaporates. Oh, sorry, she says goofily. Of all the words you could have used. I'm good, Anna says, giving Mia a tight smile. Mia barrels over to me and curls her arms around me. Don't be so grumpy, she scolds me quietly. I scowl at her and she pouts playfully at me. Damn. I hug her tightly to my side. Thank God she's okay. My mother joins us and I hand her the photographs from Welch. Grace examines the picture of the family. She sucks in a breath and covers her mouth. Dad joins us and winds his arms around her shoulders as he also scrutinizes the family picture. Oh, darling. Grace reaches up and places her palm against my cheek, her eyes stricken with shock and dismay. Well, she would have seen this before. Why did she not want me to know about this? Okay, you're assuming so much. Taylor interrupts us. Mr. Gray, Miss Kavanagh, her brother, and your brother are coming up, sir. Okay, so now we just have everybody. We're just going with, okay, let's just have everybody. Let's do that. Oi. I called Elliot and told him you were coming over. Mia pipes up. It's a welcome home party. Oh, of course it's the sister. Mom and Dad share an exasperated look. Anna's glance is sympathetic. We'd better get some food together. Mia, will you give me a hand? Oh, I'd love to. She grabs Anna's hand and they head over to the kitchen area. Mom and Dad follow me into my study. I offer them each a seat in front of my desk. I lean back against it, suddenly aware that this is how my father would perch in his study as I stood in front of him while he lectured me about my latest misdemeanor. The tables have been well and truly turned, and the irony is not lost on me. I need answers, and they're here, so presumably they're willing to shed some light on this darker chapter of my life. I mask my anger and gaze at both of them expectantly. Grace is the first to speak, her voice clear and authoritative, her doctor's voice. I think mommy tone would be more effective. This photograph. These are the Colliers. They were your foster parents. You had to go to them once your biological mother died because under state law we had to wait to see if you had any other relatives who would claim you. Yeah, this makes sense. Oh, her voice drops. We had to wait for you. It was agonizing. 2 whole months. Not sure that's how long it actually takes. She closes her eyes as if reliving the pain. It's sobering. My anger melts away as my breath catches in my throat. I cough to hide my emotion. In the picture, I gesture to the photograph Grace is holding. The boy with red hair. That's Jack Hyde. Carrick leans in and they examine the photograph together. I don't remember him, my father muses. Mom shakes her head, a forlorn look on her face. No, me neither. We only had eyes for Christian. were were they kind? I ask haltingly, my voice a shadow. The Colliers? Grace's eyes filled with tears. Oh, darling, they were wonderful. Mrs. Collier doted on you. Silently, I blow out a breath of relief. I've wondered. I couldn't remember. Grace's eyes widen with understanding. She reaches out and grips my hand. Hazel eyes beseeching mine. Christian, you were traumatized. You were a traumatized child. You wouldn't or couldn't speak. You were skin and bone. I can't even imagine the horrors you endured in your early life. But that ended with the Colliers. She squeezes my hand, willing me to believe her. They were good people. I wish I could remember them, I whisper. She stands and takes my hand. There's no reason why you should. It felt like forever to us because we did you so badly. But it was only 2 months. We'd already been approved to adopt, thank goodness. Otherwise, the process could have been longer. Here, Carrick says, it must be harrowing not knowing, but I have a few things from that time for you. Maybe they might help you remember. From inside his jacket, he produces a large envelope. I sit down at my desk, steel myself, and open it. Inside, I find a resume for Mr. and Mrs. Collier and details about the family: a daughter and 2 sons, several letters and 2 drawings. My drawings? I gaze down at them and my scalp tingles with a sense of wonder. Both pictures are in crayon. There is scrawled child's view of the house with the yellow door. There are stick figures: 2 adults, 5 siblings. The sun shines over them all. Huge, bright. The second picture is similar, but the children are holding what looks like sugar cones with ice cream. It appears happy enough. We had reports on you every week from them, and we visited every weekend. Why didn't you tell me? Grace and Carrick exchange a look. It never came up, son. Okay, sorry, that's a bad answer. Carrick's jaw tightens, his voice quiet with remorse, I think, as he shrugs. We wanted you to forget about all. He trails off. I nod. I get it. I get that. I do get that. Because he was young enough that he could forget it. And that was probably seen as, like, the best thing. Forget about my life with the crack whore. Forget about her pimp. Forget about my life before them. I don't blame them. I'd like to forget. Why would anyone want to remember that? I hope this helps with some of your questions, he says. It does. I'm glad I called you. It was Anna's idea. Carrick smiles. She's one brave woman, Christian. He glances once more at Grace. She nods and it looks like she's giving him permission. He hands me another envelope. With a puzzled look at both of them, I open it. Inside is a birth certificate. And we have a picture. State of Michigan Certificate of Live Birth. State file number, date filed June 29th, 1983. Christian Pazatsky? I can't pronounce the name. Pustai. Child's name, first, middle, last, and suffix. June 18th, 1983. Date of birth. Gender, male. Birthplace, Detroit, Wayne County. Another name I can't pronounce. The mother's name. It's E with an accent like that. Letke. And then same last name. Mother's age, 19. Mother's birthplace, Budapest, Hungary. Father's name, unknown. Father's age, unknown. Father's birthplace, unknown. I hereby certify that the above is a true and correct representation of the birth facts on file with the Division for Vital Records, Michigan Department of Community Health. Oh, okay, so it's Christian spelled with a K originally. I was reading it as Christine. Hey, dyslexia moment. But it's Christian with a K instead of a C. So I guess they changed that. Like, I'm not sure why you would, but... Christian. A tremor runs up my spine. My name. And the crack whore. She has a name. Okay, his parents are assholes for never telling him his mother's actual name. Like, Jesus. Like, what the actual fuck? Because are we supposed to believe he never asked? Like, especially as a child? Like, granted, when you're 3 or 4, you don't really have the concept that your parents have actual names because they're just like mom and dad. But you still hear other people call them by their name, and eventually you put 2 and 2 together. So, again, as predicted, yeah, E.L. James is kind of stealing from the movie here. But like, we're really saying he never knew his own mother's name until now. Like, that does seem like an evil thing to keep from any kid. At least you got the birth year right, keeping with the alleged age of 28. Yeah. Yeah, for when this is set, because this is set in 2011, so... Oh no, that would make him 24, I think. No, wait. Okay, 1983. This is set in 2011. So that would make him 17 in 2000, and then add 11. Yeah, it is 28. You're right. Why can't I math? My apologies. You're totally right. I don't know why my brain was saying that was wrong. So this just proves, though, that all the bullshit of him, like, saying he's so much older than Anastasia and she just turned 22. Dude, you're 6 years older than her. That's not a lot. Like, I think my grandparents had more of an age gap than that. But yeah, 6 years is not a lot. From nowhere, I hear her pimp asshole shouting, Ella. Ella. Short for however you pronounce that. I'm not even going to try. His usual epithet was bitch. I shake off the thought. Why are you giving this to me now? My voice is hoarse as I gaze at my parents. I found it with the letters and drawings. In Mrs. Collier's letter, she calls you Christian with a K. So, if you wondered, my mother's voice trails off. Why did you change the spelling? Because you are a gift to us from God. That's not an answer. If he was so traumatized, he may not have wanted to know. This is true. He does kind of give that vibe off, and he has kind of said that. Like, not directly that he didn't want to know, but just that, like, you know, every time Anastasia's tried to get him to talk about his birth mom, he's shut that down with the quickness. You know, and rightfully so, because, like, people shouldn't pry if you don't want to talk about stuff like that. But I find it very weird that he didn't at least know her name. I stare at her, stupefied. A gift? Me? All the shit I gave the 2 people standing in front of me, and this is what they think. We felt we owed him. You've always been a gift, Christian. So they changed his name because they're religious, seriously? Seriously. Like, again, in the original books, nobody is religious. Or his childhood therapist may have told them, don't tell unless he asked. Yeah, that's entirely possible. I've known childhood therapists to say a lot of crap. They genuinely have no clue what they're doing, by the way. Most of them are completely fucking clueless. They're guessing and hoping that 30 years later they're right, and they're usually not. Tears pinch the back of my eyes, and I take a deep breath. A gift. Children are a gift. Always. Grace's maternal adoration is plain in her glistening eyes, and I know what she's left unsaid. That I'll find this out for myself in a few months. Leaning over, she smooths the hair off my forehead. I return her smile and, standing, pull her into my arms. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome, son. Carrick hugs us both. I close my eyes and, fighting back my tears, I accept it. Unconditional love. From my parents. As it should be. Enough. I pull away. I'll read the letters later. My voice is gruff with emotion. Okay. We should get back to the others, I mutter. Have you remembered anything? Carrick asks. I shake my head. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But don't sweat it, son. You have us. You have your family, and like your mother says, the Colliers were good people. Gently he squeezes my arm, and his warmth and affection radiating through my body. Man, I gotta slow down. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Because, yeah, I don't want to finish the whole book tonight. But we may end early. I don't know, because, yeah, we've only got like 15 pages left in this chapter, and we should have more than that. And I don't want to be super, super, super short for next week. Because, yeah, my ability to, do a rank video is not going to take that long. I will say I'm not reading the acknowledgments at the end of the book, though. I'm not doing that. Oh. Okay, sorry, but 1,000 degrees. Oh. I really need to figure out what hormone causes hot flashes, and then invent something to make it stop. Never have I wanted to pour ice cubes down my boobs more than I do right now. Estrogen. Yeah. Ugh. We head back into the main living room, but I'm moving in slow motion, disconnected from my reality, my head ready to explode with all these revelations. I scan the room for Anna. She's standing with Elliot and Kate at the kitchen counter eating some canapes. Who just has canapes on hand? Like, I'm sorry, but if people suddenly showed up at my house, I have, like, nothing to offer people. I can make tea, but that's it, and I don't have milk. From somewhere deep in my brain, the part that stores my earliest memories, comes a fragment. A vision of a family gathered around a wooden table, laughing, teasing, eating macaroni and cheese. The Colliers. I'm distracted from my reminiscence by the sight of Anna with a flute of pink champagne in her hand. Okay, don't freak out. There's like a 50-50 chance he's going to smack the glass out of her hand and break it. Junior. I move to take the alcohol from her, but Kate steps into my path. Kate, I acknowledge her. Yeah, is he still going to hate the roommate in perpetuity? Because I think he is. Christian, she responds in her usual abrupt way. Your meds, Mrs. Gray. My tone is a warning as I stare at the glass in Anna's hand, trying not to give anything away. Oh yeah, see, this is what we said earlier. She's about to be outed by the not drinking. Yep. She's about to be completely busted. Yeah, that's why it's like hard to keep. This is why it's hard to keep a pregnancy secret these days. It's got to be harder because, yeah, not drinking has probably given away so many pregnant women that were not ready for the world to know yet. But somebody breaks out the bubbly or the wine, you have to be like, I'm driving. Or something, anything. There's always sparkling grape juice. Yes, you can fake it. Oh, that's what we used to have when we were kids. Yep, at the holidays when, we'd of course do the little kid wine of everybody gets like fancy glasses with like wine or whatever. We have no idea what wine or alcohol is at all, but we just wanted to be included and look like one of the adults, so we'd wine and yeah, somebody would let us have a wine glass, two hands because it's real glass and you're a tiny child. And yeah, we'd get a wine glass with sparkling grape juice or something in it, or usually it was just apple juice because it looks the same. And then we were happy. Why this works, I have no idea. But it made us happy that like we were being included or something weird like that. I don't know. It's very weird. It's one of those weird tiny child things. Oh, like how for like so many years you will blindly believe that anything an adult says, even if it's ridiculous. Remember my friend when her son he hit the age where he stopped blindly believing absolutely everything that mommy said, and he was starting to push back on some of the lies she regularly told him. She was like, why doesn't he believe everything I say anymore? Because he's growing up. Because he's 8 or 9 years old. So he's going to start questioning you now. Get used to it, because in 3 or 4 more years, you won't know anything anymore. My husband's family can never rely on that method when though. Drove them nuts. Okay, Puppy just made the weirdest freaking sound in his sleep. It was like he was trying to talk. He looks so cute right now. He's on his side like a little teddy bear all curled up with the paw over the nose. He is naked at the moment, though, because I had to take his sweater off after he decided that rolling around in pee was a good idea. So his sweater is in the laundry. He was absolutely heartbroken when I was taking it off him. He was like, no, but it's my sweater. I need it. But it's mine. And it smells really good now. Like, yeah, no. Don't roll in pee. But we've had the don't roll in pee conversation before. He doesn't listen. Trying not to give anything away, but Anna narrows her eyes and raises her chin in defiance. Grace collects a full flute from Elliot, walks up to Anna, and whispers something in her ear. They exchange a furtive smile and they clink glasses. Mom, I grimace at both of them, but they ignore me. It's gonna be like non-alcoholic. Hot shot. Elliot claps me on the back and hands me a glass. Bro. I keep my eyes on Anna as Elliot and I take a seat on the couch. Jesus, you must have been worried sick. Okay, seriously, somebody just smack his brother. Yeah. Glad that asshole is finally caught. His ass is on its way to jail. Where do you think he is right now? Yeah. Elliot frowns. You missed a great game. Game? He wants to talk baseball? Is he trying to distract me? Yes, duh. He's being your brother. Stupid, obnoxious, slut brother. Unfortunately, my hyperemesis gravidarum always gave me away super early. Oh no, I know what that is. That sucks so hard. Oh, I'm sorry you had to put up with that, because, yeah, and there's not a whole fuck of a lot that can be done about it either. Some of the ducks in the bag are so cute. There's one in particular that I really want to add to the stage, but it's got to have a really great name. Because there's a witch duck in the bag, and I so want the witch duck to have a really great, like either from a movie or TV, the name of like a really like good witch character. By which I do not necessarily mean a good witch. It can certainly be an evil witch character as long as it's a good character. He's pissed the Mariners lost to the Rangers today, but I find it difficult to concentrate on what he's saying. My attention is locked on Anna. Carrick joins Anna and Grace kisses him on the cheek. Then moves to sit with Mia and Ethan, who are looking mighty cozy on the couch, leaving Anna to talk to Dad. My father and my wife enjoy a lively conversation. What are they talking about? Me? You're not listening to a word I'm saying, asshole. Elliot pulls me back into our conversation. Sure, the Rangers. He's probably listening as much as I would be to a baseball conversation because I don't know fuck about baseball. I am not the person you want to talk to about that. I'm really, really not. I can probably name like half a dozen teams, but like that is the extent of my knowledge. Never actually watched a full baseball game. Used to play as a kid, little league, t-ball, that kind of thing. Remember when you were like 3 and trying to swing a bat that was as tall as you to hit the ball off the tee and you hit the tee more than the ball? And then on the rare occasion you actually managed to hit the ball, you just stand there until everybody screamed at you to run. I also got in trouble for throwing the bat behind me more than once. He punches my arm. You get a pass, he says. You've had a tough few days. You know, you two should come see your house. The house that is like half demolished. Yeah, I'd like that. Anna and I were planning to. And then all hell broke loose. Anna and Mia. Fuck. Elliot's expression is grim. Glad your wife took that asshole down. I have to say, did we ever confirm? I'm very curious if E.L. James ever got directly asked if the rumor of why 2 of the characters are named Anna and Mia, both of which are internet slang for eating disorders, if that was intentional, given that food is such a huge plot point and theme throughout the book, and the character of Anastasia does seem to show all the signs of anorexia because she starves herself when she's upset. She starves herself in general. She barely eats. Like, you know, he apparently has the superpower to notice that she's lost weight in a matter of like 2 days, which, like, seriously, if you only dropped like a pound or two, which in 2 days that would still be pushing it, you'd have to put some effort in because just not eating is not going to do that. But the fact that he could notice, like, she would have to be way, way thinner than she's described as being for a difference of 1 to 2 pounds to show in any way. Like, this is not how anything works at all. Yeah, and genuinely curious if she ever got asked that. Because it's one of the like internet conspiracies that took off early, so it's been there like from the beginning. But I also know that when like celebrities do interviews, they generally have a list of like "Don't ask me about this" questions because famously, Faye Dunaway uh, refused for the rest of her life to ever be asked about the movie Mommy Dearest because she felt very betrayed. Um, because the original intent, because the movie flopped when it came out, because it was being sold as a straight um, biopic of Joan Crawford. So it's supposed to be like taken seriously as like a dramatic movie, and it was flopping hard. So in a move of desperation, the studio rebranded the marketing going for camp. And so they put all these slogans like the mother of all nightmares and the famous line about no wire hangers, and they changed the posters to be more of like a campy horror vibe, and she felt it was very insulting to the memory of Joan Crawford and to the work that everyone had put in at being faithful to her real life and like trying to make her understood, and now she was just being portrayed as this psycho child abuser, which is true, she was, but there was more to her life than that, and that got thrown away in favor of camp and drama and shock value, and she never forgave the studio for that. So she always had in her clauses for interviews that she would never ever answer questions about Mommy Dearest. And she famously, I don't remember what show she was on. She was on, I think, one of the late night shows, and the host of their own accord, even though they'd been told not to ask about that movie, asked her a question about that movie. She stood up and walked off set and refused to go back and finish the show. To which I give her credit. Like, you were told, don't ask about this thing. You asked about the thing, she walked off set. I don't blame her. I think she absolutely did the right thing there, because how dare you? But I have no doubt it wasn't seen that way at the time. I nod. Hi, Christian. Ethan joins us, and I'm grateful for the interruption. Watch the game? Elliot asks, and they fall into a debate about Beltry hitting a homer against the Mariners. I'm assuming that was a real player at the time. I tune them out as Anna comes towards us. It's great to see everyone, she says to Carrick as she sits next to me. One sip, I scold her under my breath. And you've had that. I take the glass from her hand. Yes, sir. She flutters her eyelashes, her eyes darkening and suddenly full of promise. My body stirs in response and I ignore it. Jesus, we're in company. Since when do you care? I'm sorry, but this is the guy who got mad at her and physically dragged her, threw her over his shoulder, dragged her to the boathouse, and literally threatened to beat the shit out of her. And she had to get on her knees and placate him with sex to stop him from physically beating her. They'd known each other. This was like their first actual date. And all because he was trying to finger her under the table while they were having dinner with his parents. And now he wants to be like, oh, we have company? What? I wind my arm around her shoulders and shoot her a quick look. Behave, Anna. I don't think she's the one you need to tell. Try telling your cock to behave. Anna's curled up in bed watching me as I strip. My parents think you walk on water. I toss my t-shirt onto the chair. Good thing you know differently. Oh, I do know. Did they fill in the gaps for you? Some. I lived with the Colliers for 2 months while Mom and Dad waited for the paperwork. They were already approved for adoption because of Elliot, but the wait's required by law, to see if I had any living relatives who wanted to claim me. How do you feel about that? Also, do we think, like, because they've now, like, retconned and said his mother was Hungarian, so did they, like, what, post ads in newspapers in Hungary? Did they call the authorities there looking for his mother's family? Like, I'm just not sure how far an American, like, I'm assuming state of Michigan, I guess, or maybe like local cops. I don't know. Who would have been doing the looking? Would they have like, gone international given the mother is not America? I'm actually very curious about that now. I might ask some people some questions on how that would work. Because I genuinely want to know. Ow! How do you feel about that? About having no living relatives? Relieved. Fuck that. If they were anything like the crack whore. I shake my head. Okay, dude, you have no idea. Like, okay, your mom was a drug addict. That doesn't mean everyone in her family was. Like, that's not how that works. Thank God for mom and dad. They are a gift to me. I don my pajama pants and climb into bed, cuddling up to my wife. beyond grateful that she's here with me. She inclines her head, her expression warm, but I know she's expecting me to say more. It's coming back to me, I muse. Mac and cheese. Yeah. I remember the food. Mrs. Collier could cook. And at least we know now why that fucker is so hung up on my family. A hazy memory surfaces. Wait, didn't she used to sit by my bed? She's tucking me into a small cot bed holding a book. Fuck. What? It makes sense now. What? Baby Bird. Mrs. Collier used to call me Baby Bird. Okay, so he's got some stuff coming back. Hannah looks puzzled. That makes sense? The note. The ransom note that fucker left. It went something like, "Do you know who I am? Because I know who you are, Baby Bird." So he was supposed to remember, but he didn't. Anna still looks confused. It's from a kid's book. The Colliers had it. It was called Are You My Mother? Shit. I imagine the cover in my mind's eye. The little bird, the sad old dog. I loved that book. Mrs. Collier used to read it to me. Christ, he knew. That fucker knew. Well, he was 4 years older than you. He has memory where you don't. No, I have no memory of him. Thank God. Will you tell the police? Yes, I will. Christ knows what Clark will do with that information. I'm not sure you really need to tell them. I mean, I would keep it simple on that one at least. Of like, yes, I figured out we once lived in the same foster home and he took the phrase from a children's book that the, foster mom used to read to all of us. Leave it at that. Such a sleepy little puppy. God, he's so adorable when he does his teddy bear pose. He's just so warm and snuggly and happy right now. I exhale. They're here. In my brain. The missing memories. It's a relief. And once more, I'm grateful that my parents came to see me this evening. They've dislodged whatever was holding these recollections back. I hate it when words get split in half by a line. It always makes it hard for me to read because my brain tries to fill in whatever it wants. Anna smiles, relieved for me, I think. But enough of my fucked up history. I owe Anna an explanation. But where to start? She might be too tired. She's worked hard to entertain the family. Thank you for this evening. For what? Catering for my family at a moment's notice. Don't thank me, thank Mia and Mrs. Jones. She keeps the pantry well stocked. This helps. Anna, take a compliment. She's such an exasperating woman sometimes, but I let it go. How are you feeling, Mrs. Gray? Good. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Anna's eyes light up. Her fingers dance over my belly. I laugh and grab her hand. Oh no, don't get any ideas. Her lips purse in disappointment and she stares up at me through her lashes again. Anna, 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 what am I going to do with you? I kiss her hair. I have some ideas. She wiggles beside me and stops suddenly, her face scrunched in pain. Anna, you're hurt. She smiles quickly to reassure me. Baby, you've been through enough. Besides, I have a bedtime story for you. She looks up expectant. You wanted to know. I close my eyes and swallow as my mind drifts back to my adolescence. I'm 15 again. Picture this. an adolescent boy looking to earn some extra money so he can continue his secret drinking habit. I open my eyes, but I can still see myself as I was back then. A tall but scrawny teen in cut-off shorts with a shock of copper hair and a belligerent fuck-off attitude. That was me. Hell. That's him now. I mean, he's better dressed, but that is still him. I shift onto my side so Anna and I are lying facing each other. Her eyes are wide and full of questions. I take a deep breath. So I was in the backyard at the Lincolns clearing some rubble and trash from the extension Mr. Lincoln had just added to their place. Oh, we're going to get this? Please tell me we get him being pegged because that would make my life so much better. Closing my eyes again, I'm there once more. The scent of summer flowers hangs thick in the air. Insects buzz and I swat them away. The heat from the midday sun is beating down on me so much so that I strip off my t-shirt. And there's Elena, wearing the lowest cut dress I've ever seen. It barely sheathes her body. When I chance a look at Anna, she's still staring at me, hanging on my every word. It was a hot summer day. I was working hard. I chuckle, remembering this was probably one of the few days I ever did any manual labor. It was back-breaking work, shifting that rubble. I was on my own, and Mrs. Lincoln appeared out of nowhere and brought me some lemonade. Do we think also, because I'm sure this is the author thinking they're clever, do we think he was also attracted to Mrs. Lincoln because her name is Elena, and that somewhere in the back of his head he remembered that his mother's name was Ella? Oh, we have a puppy. You gonna come say hi? Nope, just moved over to his pillow and flop. Mm. Better. Do you want to cuddle? Too sleepy to move. Yeah, you're still all warm and sleepy, I know. Yeah. Okay. I'll let you wake up for a few minutes, then I'm sure you'll want to cuddle. Pretty baby. Oh, of course. The second I ignore you, now you want to cuddle. Come here. Oh, you. Belly, 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 belly. I know. Belly, belly. Come here. Come on. Up, up. Look, it's a naked puppy. Hey, you managed not to mute me. Well done. Hi. Yes, I love you. Yes, everybody watching loves you. Yes. Everybody say hi to the puppy. Tell him how good he looks even without his sweater. Right? You're so nice and warm. Yes, you're so nice and warm. I love you being all nice and warm. Yes. You're so good. You're so good. Yes, you are. You're so good. You are so good. Yes, you are. You're so good. And I love you so much. I love you so much. I love you so much. Stuff in your eye. What did you do? Oh, you scratched it yourself, didn't you? Yes, he did. You scratched it yourself. You gotta be careful, especially after you chew your claws like you do. You chew your claws and break them off, and then they get sharp, and then you scratch yourself, and you really scratch yourself. Yes. Yes. Sometimes they see little scratches on your ears, and they know you did it. Yeah. Okay, somebody needs a bath. Yes, you do. You need a bath. Because you stink. You want to come in the shower with me tomorrow? I really do just take him in the shower and hold him on my chest. Yes. And soap you up with your puppy shampoo. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Good baby. Yes, good baby. Yes, you are. You're so sleepy. You're so sleepy. You're just so sleepy. Yes, you are. Okay. You want to curl up on your pillow? Hmm? Hmm? Can you curl up on your pillow, stinky doggy? Okay. Yeah. You curl up on your pillow. Be good doggy. Brought me some lemonade. We exchanged small talk and I made some smartass remark. She slapped me. She slapped me so hard. My hand moves automatically to my cheek like I remember the unfamiliar sting. No one had ever slapped me like that. Is that implying that he had been slapped before? Like I'm just seeing him making some very lame pass at a girl and my eyes are here, boy. Mrs. Lincoln points two fingers at her face. She caught me staring at her tits. Well, you couldn't miss them. Well, yeah, duh. Fuck. I was hard. Instantly. To bursting. Mrs. Lincoln's gaze drifts to my pants. Fuck. My boner. It's humiliating. Yeah, you're not the first, like, 15-year-old guy ever, like, it happens. Like that, do you? She drawls, scarlet lips lifting in a sexy smile. I think I'm gonna come in my pants. We still can't spell cum. We're all the way to almost the end of this book. People cannot spell cum correctly. Like, and no, spelling it cum is not vulgar for anyone who thinks that. But then she kissed me, and when she finished, she slapped me again. He's already. Didn't he already tell her this, or did he just like remember it in his head and not tell her? Because I could have swore. I absolutely could have sworn that he already told her this. But it would hardly be the first time he tells her something again that he already told her, and the book acts like it's the first time. Oi. Her mouth is hot, wet, strong. Everything I ever wet dreamed about. I'd never been kissed before, or hit like that. Anna gasps. Fuck. Do you want to hear this? Anna stares, round eyed, and her words rush out in a breathless whisper. Only if you want to tell me. I'm trying to give you some context. Okay, I think there's other ways you could have done that. She nods, but she looks like she's seen a fucking ghost. And I hesitate. Should I continue? I look deeply into her startled eyes, and all I see are more questions. She's hungry for information. She's always hungry for more. I roll onto my back and stare at the ceiling and continue my sorry tale. Well, naturally, I was confused and angry, and horny as hell. I mean, a hot older woman comes on to you like that? It was the first time I'd ever been kissed. Ever. It was heaven. And hell, too. She went back into the house, leaving me in the backyard. She forgets between internal and external monologues. Yeah, I fully, yeah, no, I fully think that that is the case because I swear that he told her, like out loud while she was awake, told her that the slap kiss thing already. She acted as if nothing had happened. I was at a total loss. I wanted to rub one out right there, but of course I couldn't. So I went back to work, loading the rubble into the dumpster. When I left that evening, she asked me to come back the next day. She didn't mention what had happened. The next day I went back. I couldn't wait to see her again. I'm excuse me. I'm whispering as if I were in the confessional. She didn't touch me when she kissed me. Only my face where she grabbed me. It was a revelation. I turned to face Anna. You have to understand. My life was hell on earth. I was a walking hard on, 15 years old, tall for my age, hormones raging, the girls at school. In other words, you were just like every other guy. And yeah, 15-year-old girls are rarely interested in 15-year-old boys. That's just how it is. They were interested, and so was I. But I couldn't bear to be touched. I fought everyone off and pushed everyone away with my rage. I was angry. So fucking angry at everyone. At myself, my folks. I had no friends. My therapist at the time was a total asshole. Wait, is it the useless one you have now? My folks, they kept me on a tight leash. They didn't understand. I gotta say, his parents are not coming off like good parents. Not that they ever have, but I gazed at the ceiling, thinking about how solicitous Carrick and Grace had been this evening. I just couldn't bear anyone touching me. I couldn't. Couldn't bear anyone near me. I used to fight. Fuck did I fight. I got into some god awful brawls. I was expelled from a couple of schools, but it was a way to let off steam, to tolerate some kind of physical contact. And what, it just never occurred to his parents to get him involved in like boxing, MMA, karate, something? You know, I clenched my fist, remembering one particular brawl. Wild. That asshole. Picking on smaller kids. Well, you get the idea. And when she kissed me, she only grabbed my face. She didn't touch me. So, grabbing your face doesn't count as touching? Slapping you and kissing you doesn't count as touching? Because I think they all count as touching. Oy vey. We are definitely going to be ending early tonight. Because we only have 8 pages left. So, yeah, we're probably going to end quite early. My apologies for that, but can't be helped, and we will still have our full quota for next week. Also, I really don't want to read like 5 pages of the next chapter, because I'm pretty sure the next chapter might only be 5 pages. Actually, no, we might, yeah. No, we can read, yeah, literally chapter 40 is 2 pages, so we'll read chapter 40 as well. We can do that. But then we're definitely stopping, no matter what time it is. And we'll save the rest for next week and then do rank video. I have to look up names, by the way. I was looking at it today, and in a lot of places I just have like therapist from this TV show. And it's like, okay, time to get some names. And I'm gonna need some character pictures to put on the rank thing. I got some work to do this week. But new book is coming. It's been ordered. It hasn't shipped yet. It should ship not tomorrow because it's Sunday, but probably Monday. So hopefully it will get here next. It should get here within a couple days. It is coming from within Canada, and I found a used copy for a actual reasonable price. It says it's in good condition, so hopefully it is. It occurs to me I didn't actually look at how many pages the book is, so I don't know how long it will last. It is one of 3, and we will be doing all 3 of them. Hopefully they were well translated, because again, not originally in English, so hopefully they were well translated and had better editing than this. And they're movies too. I wasn't sure of that at first, but I checked, and they were in fact all 3 were made into movies. So maybe we'll do like a Discord screening sometime, because I haven't seen them. because I don't want to do that. I don't want to spoil things because I don't know anything about these books. I know why I chose them. Because they were referred to, I saw a quote online referring to them as evil 50 Shades. So that got my attention. I was like, yeah, this sounds like what we should read next. Though how you take 50 Shades and then make an evil version, I'm not really sure. But we shall find out. My poor cats. My family is reenacting the presentation of Come Simba to the Hold up the key. Artie was doing that to Aldwin last night, and Aldwin was like, "Put me down." Aldwin is not a cuddle kitty. He does not like being picked up. He's always trying to twist out of it, being like, "Excuse me, I have kittening to do. I have running around and sniffing things to do. Let me go." But yeah, Artie was doing the Simba hold on him, and you could just tell Aldwin was like, "Okay, you're insane, human. Put me down." Is there a reason your cat is being presented? Like, do you have grandkids visiting that are putting on a play and they needed the kitty? And kitty knows not to scratch tiny child or it'll get in trouble? It was such a relief to finally experience that kind of contact. It was so fucking exciting. My life changed in that moment. Everything changed. The older one is being very vocal because my family is weird. My oldest is 18. Better not be a grandma yet. I'm sorry. Yeah, I fully understand the. Yeah, I better not be a grandma yet. Believe me, me and my eldest cousin. Believe me, we both at various times got told, like, you're 15, 16 now. We're aware that you're, starting to experience the world. Don't make me a grandmother too soon. To which I very much reassured my mom that I had no interest in boys, which was true. I just hadn't figured out the lesbian part yet. But that was partially because I had very, very, very shitty influences around that. Because I did figure, well, I knew I was gay from the time I was not entirely gay, but not straight. Because pansexual falls somewhere kind of in the middle, because I do enjoy the company of men from time to time, but I also greatly enjoy the company of women. But at the time I didn't know that was a thing, so not being interested in men, I thought just by default made you gay because what else does it mean? And so I knew that since I was 4, but just it didn't matter. It was a non-relevant thing, and I grew up in a repressive religious household, so I knew not to say anything about it. And then when I was 14, I told my therapist, but she was a fucking nitwit. She was quite stupid, actually, and also a Catholic, which I frequently forgot about, but she brought her personal beliefs into the office, so she did the whole, "Oh, it's probably just a phase" thing, which then delayed my coming out by like 10 years. But I do remember in that moment realizing that I wish I had another therapist because she was grossly incompetent, as well as really, really stupid. She wrote a book, which I have. I don't even remember. I found it on my bookshelf the other day and I was like, when did I get this? Because I wasn't aware that I owned it. I was aware of her writing it because I signed a thing saying she could put me in it. Names changed, of course. But I've never actually flipped through it to see if I could find any mention of me, which is kind of something I want to do now that I found it. But I don't remember getting it, which is really weird. Because I do remember looking it up on Amazon and it's a psych textbook. It's like $180 or like 280. I think it was 280. I know I didn't pay that, or at least I hope I didn't. But like I said, no memory of actually ordering it, and God knows how long it's been on my bookshelf, because I certainly don't know. I mean, I've never flipped through it to see two things. One, if I can find the parts that are about me. And two, I remember when I signed the thing, I told her, like, I know you have to change my name, which obviously I want you to because duh. But I also specifically told her what to call me in the book, and I've always been curious if she remembered and listened. Maybe a gift, I don't know. I haven't heard from her since I was 19. Tried to find her on social media a couple times to like say hey, but I don't think I was ever successful. Still remember her name. Not gonna say it because I'm not gonna dox people, but I know she, because I aged out. She was a child and adolescent therapist, and I turned 18, and so got transferred to somebody else. Um, but I know she left that job not too long after. Not sure what she did after that. I know she finished her book because she hadn't finished it when we parted ways. So I'm not sure how long afterwards it came out. I oddly remember hearing that her husband died like 5 years later, which is weird. I think I ran into somebody. That's what it was. I ran into somebody I used to know who also had her as a therapist at Walmart like 5, 6 years later. And they told me because they were still in touch. I remember thinking that sucked because as much as she was not a great therapist, she definitely was very much in love with her husband. They had a child. And, she had the happy wife, happy life kind of thing going on. So I remember thinking that really sucks because her husband couldn't have been more than like 45. Cancer, I heard. Working in healthcare, we were strongly cautioned on social media and staying off it. Yeah, I can fully understand that. I can 100% understand that. Yeah. Because the connections people can make and the things that can be figured out, it's a lot. Like, I remember getting told off by one of my cousins for being paranoid because the 10-year-old cousin, not the one I was speaking to, the one I was speaking to was, what is there, like 11 years between them, I think? So she was probably like 19. No, not quite 11 years, but significant age gap. Wait, how old is compared to? Yeah, because there was quite the gap between second and third child in the family. So I think the oldest was probably 10 years older. And yeah, the youngest was 9 or 10 and just getting online. They had just gotten a computer in their house and he had a cell phone, which at the time, giving a 10-year-old a cell phone was like, what are you doing? But I found him on, I can't remember. Did I find him? No, he texted me because he was playing with his phone and I was one of the few people he had the number to because I'm family. And he texted me a photo that he took through the window of the front door looking out onto the street just as a hey, look what I can do kind of thing. And I called the older cousin and was like, hey, is anybody monitoring him online? Because he just posted this picture to me and he posted it to Facebook and you can see the street sign at the corner of the cul-de-sac that you live in. And from where this photo is taken and the distance of the sign and the house across the street that you can see and the cars you can see, you could easily figure out which house is his. And I got absolutely ridiculed and called paranoid for saying he shouldn't be posting photos that can be used to track his location. And just everyone was always telling me, oh, you're paranoid. You're paranoid. Like, that doesn't really happen in real life. And I'm like, where the fuck do you live? Like, are you fucking kidding me? He's 10 years old and he's posting identifiable identifiable photos online. Like, I swear I'm the only one in my family ever born with any common God sense. Like, I remember being in my 20s and visiting same house, my aunt, and even though they did live in small town nowhere, very small town, very, very small town, like you had to go to the next town over to watch a movie or go to the mall, literally. She would leave the door unlocked at night, and I locked it going to bed one night. It was like midnight. We were all going to bed, and I saw it was unlocked and just flipped the lock out of habit. She glared at me in a very evil way and deliberately unlocked the door. Who the fuck does that? And this would have been in like 2010. Like, it was well within a time where everyone should be locking their door. And like I know because my mom and like all the siblings always said like because they grew up in the 50s and the 60s, and they're like nobody ever locked their door, and I'm like yeah because you lived in like rural nowhere, you lived in Scarborough when it wasn't yet a city, it didn't even have roads yet because it was just being built as a suburb for all the people working in Toronto, which when my grandfather was there he worked in Toronto. Um, and so the family houses were in Scarborough, and he had 5 kids, so they needed a sizable house, and they were very affordable back then. The company he worked for, like, helped him. I don't know how exactly, but they did something to help, like, get the mortgage or something or some kind of deal. He worked in insurance, so that's probably a thing. But yeah, my mom told me, like, when they went to school the first day, the school was actually still being built, and so it didn't have any doors or windows yet, even though classes were starting. And she was mad, and their mom got mad because they all got brand new those shiny black shoes that are known as Mary Janes for school, but there was no grass and it was all mud, and so they had to walk through the mud, and it got all over their brand new shiny black shoes and their white stockings. And when they came home, oh yeah, mama was mad, very, very mad, not at them but at like conditions. So yeah, it was very much a still being built area when they moved in, but like I understand back then why people didn't lock their doors, but it's not the 50s. I used to send vacation pictures to my mother-in-law who would then immediately post on social media. We told her to take it down and also stop sending her pics. Yeah. Yeah, people don't get it. They don't get it. It's so dangerous. And you have no idea what people can put together. It really doesn't take that much. But oh yeah, if anybody else, like if I had children, like I don't, and I'm never going to, but if I ever had kids and I sent somebody else, even family, a photo of my child and they posted it on social media without my permission, oh, the unholy hell. Like the full on mama bear, you know, I'm also a witch that would come out of me. Oh God, there would be nowhere to hide. So then she starts taking all the pics and posting them. Just no. Yeah, absolutely no. Never. I have never, ever, ever shared pictures of anyone else's children, even with anyone else privately. Like my friend in the UK sends me pictures of his grandkids occasionally. I've never shown them to anybody because it's not my place to do so. And I don't know if I show them to somebody else if they're going to post them somewhere. I'm not going to do that. My friend showed me those in private conversation. They're not mine to distribute to anybody. Well, the next day I went back to the house, not knowing what to expect. And I'll spare you the gory details, but there was more of the same. I could whip a savage like you into shape. Elena's drawl echoes in my mind. Savage. She knows. She sees me. The bad seed. Oh dear God. And that's how our relationship started. Shaking off the memory, I turned to face Anna once more. And you know something, Anna? My world came into focus. Sharp and clear. Everything. It was exactly what I needed. She was a breath of fresh air, making the decisions, taking all that shit away from me, letting me breathe. And even when it was over, my world stayed in focus because of her. It stayed that way until I met you. Suddenly, a flood of emotions welled inside me, almost engulfing me. Anna, my love. Reaching up, I smooth a stray tendril of her hair behind her ear. Because I want to. No need to touch her. You turned my world on its head. Suddenly, I see her pale, sad face, leaving me as the elevator doors close. My world was ordered, calm, and controlled. Then you came into my life with your smart mouth, your innocence, your beauty, and your quiet temerity, and everything before you was just dull, empty, mediocre. It was nothing. Anna sucks in a breath. I fell in love, I whisper, and strum my knuckles across her cheek. So did I, she responds, and I feel her breath on my face. I know. You do? Yes. You're still here with me, listening to this sorry, disturbing story. You saved me. This is in his head. Again, he says the things in his head that he needs to say out loud. Her face breaks into a shy smile. Finally, she murmurs, and it's put everything into perspective for me. When I was younger, Elena was the center of my world. There was nothing I wouldn't do for her. And she did a lot for me. She stopped my drinking, made me work hard in school. You know, she gave me a coping mechanism I hadn't had before. Yes, being sexually abused is a coping mechanism. Let's go with that. Ugh. I want to burn the whole book right now. Can I please? I'm going to enjoy burning this one. Like, lock and load for a long burn video. Because I'm going to enjoy this one. I'm going to very sadistically enjoy this one. I've earned it. Uh, allowed me to experience things that I never thought I could. Touch, Anna asks, after a fashion. Anna's brows pucker together and her eyes are full of new questions. I have no choice but to tell her. If you grow up with a wholly negative self-image, thinking you're some kind of reject, an unlovable savage, you think you deserve to be beaten. I pause, gazing her reaction. Anna, it's much easier to wear your pain on the outside. It's much harder on the inside. Hey, I used to walk around school with over 200 cuts up and down both sides of my arms. You know how many times I got asked about it? Not as many as you would think. You know how easily other teenagers will believe the bullshit explanation of, oh, we just got a new kitten? A lot. Number of times I got asked by teachers about it? Maybe twice. And this went on for years. Like, I started cutting at age of 12, so. And I didn't stop until, how old was I? 18? Because it was getting out of control. Because it had always been at first there was long gaps, like, between, long. It was an extreme thing. And it was rare. But, then my mom passed away and those times started getting shorter and shorter and shorter until one week I realized I was doing new cuts over ones that hadn't even healed yet. They were still scabs and I was like, "Okay, you've officially hit the point of too far." Like, yeah, this is no longer a control thing. This is out of control now. So, put put the broken piece of glass down and don't ask me why, but I used to break light bulbs and wash them and use the glass to cut. Don't ask me why that was a thing. I have no idea. I'm sure YouTube's going to strike this so hard, but that was just what I used to do. Not that I didn't use other things sometimes, but that was the primary. No idea why. Though for years, and this is true, for years afterwards, like probably 10 years, not even kidding, I couldn't change a light bulb. Not myself, because I didn't trust myself, because I couldn't, because having a dead light bulb, because that's what I used to do, was too tempting. It was like having a baggie full of crack to a crack addict. And so I couldn't change my own light bulb. So I'd have to get somebody to come over and change the light bulb and throw out the dead one immediately because I couldn't do it. It was a very long time before I could do that myself. Very, very long. I don't know why that popped into my head just now. Oh, yeah, because he said the thing about wearing your paint on the outside. And, yeah, I very much did that. I never hid mine. Most people who do that do. I never hid mine, ever. Which to this day shocks me how many adults clearly saw and just didn't give a fuck. And didn't say anything. And again, I was really young when I started. Still have the scar from the first ever time. Still have it. It's on the back of my hand. I did it with a cross of all things. Wasn't even cutting because I didn't know what I was doing. I just rubbed it on the back of my hand until there was a hole. Didn't have any clue what I was doing, just felt like the right thing. Yeah, it was this little cross necklace. I wonder what happened to that. I think I threw it out. Might have thrown it out after that. I'm not sure why. I don't dwell on that thought. She channeled my anger, mostly inward. I realize that now. Dr. Flynn's been on and on about this for some time. It was only recently that I saw our relationship for what it was. On my birthday. Hannah grimaces. For her, that side of our relationship was about sex and control, and a lonely woman finding some kind of comfort with her boy toy. But you like control, she says. Yes, I do. I always will, Anna. It's who I am. The points for knowing yourself. I surrendered to it for a brief while. Excuse me. Let someone make all my decisions for me. I couldn't do it myself. I wasn't in a fit state. But through my submission to her, I found myself, and I found the strength to take charge of my life. Take control and make my own decisions. Become a Dom. Yes. Your decision? Yes. Dropping out of Harvard. My decision. And it was the best decision I ever made. And I met you. Me? Yes. The best decision I ever made was marrying you. I smile at her. Not starting your company, she whispers. I shake my head. Not learning to fly? No, baby. You. I stroke her cheek once more, marveling at its softness. She knew. She knew what? That I was head over heels in love with you. She encouraged me to go down to Georgia to see you, and I'm glad she did. She thought you'd freak out and leave, which you did. Anna blinks and the color drains from her cheeks. She thought I needed all the trappings of the lifestyle I enjoyed. The Dom. Yes. It enabled me to keep everyone at arm's length and gave me control. And kept me detached, or so I thought. I'm sure you've worked out why. Your birth mom. I didn't want to be hurt again. And then you left me. I see the elevator doors closing on Anna once more, and I remember sitting on my floor for what seemed like hours. And I was a mess. I take a deep breath. I've avoided. The hell? Okay, there was just a very loud scream somewhere near me. Like a disturbing kind of scream. It was definitely upstairs. Okay, if I hear another one, I may pick up my phone. I take a deep breath. I've avoided intimacy for so long. I don't know how to do this. You're doing fine. She sculpts my lips with her finger, and I press a kiss to her fingertip as we gaze at each other. And as ever, I'm drowning in her blue eyes. Do you miss it? She asks. Miss it. That lifestyle. Yes, I do. From her look, I'm not sure she believes me, but only insofar as I miss the control it brings. And frankly, your stupid stunt, I halt, that saved my sister. Throw something heavy at him. You mad, bad, beautiful woman. That's how I know. No, she frowns. Really know that you love me. You do? Yes. Hi, Sethel! I'm so glad to see you! I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you for joining. We only have like maybe 10 pages left. What? The fire suppression system probably became sentient and going after people. You tested me that often, I probably would start going after people too. Yes, yes. And this week they were doing annual, and this, I swear to God, this one said they were doing annual apartment inspections. By the way, the last time they did this was 5 years ago. Hopefully they fixed my goddamn shower, because they were supposed to fix it 5 years ago, and then when like 6 months went by and it wasn't fixed, and I was like, I called and I was like, you said you were like gonna fix all these, because they basically just made a master list of all the bathroom repairs, and we're just gonna have a plumber come for like 3 days and just do everything, like that. And it turned out that they had, and they were like, oh, somehow your name got left off the list, we'll resubmit. And then 5 years went by. So hopefully they fix my fucking shower now, because that would be nice. But yeah, it might be the fire suppression system, which, by the way, it is the one at the end of the hall, and I still hear it going off from time to time. Not as much, but it still goes off occasionally. So I really don't know what the people in that apartment are doing. I really don't want to know. There are apparently, I really thought it was unoccupied, but there's apparently just 4 unrelated men living there. Which, you do you in whatever fashion, and I don't need to know, but I am sus of what they're doing that is very regularly setting off the fire alarm. And whatever they're doing, that's why they disconnected it for a week, and it was beeping constantly. They disconnected it because it kept going off because of whatever they're doing. But I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm genuinely hoping they won't be here that long. But welcome, Seth and your dragons. Please pet the dragons for me. If they have horns, make sure they're nicely waxed and shiny. Yeah. Oh, I know. No, that's why Sarah Bell, yeah, their fire alarm was beeping like dead battery disconnect beep for over a week. That's why I had to call the fire department. I gotta say, wasn't expecting the fire department to turn up within 10 minutes to address it, but they did. 3 of them. My guess is they really, really, really had nothing to do that night. Also, the firehouse is literally like a block away. Literally, it's 1 block up on the corner, so they didn't exactly have far to go. It has 11:30. By the way, okay, last shout out because I said I would do 3. Last chance to make me chug because the cutoff is usually 11:30. I'll extend it to 11:40 tonight. Handcuffs are off the table because there isn't enough time. We still have 5 random ducks in need of sponsoring that have never been out of this bag, including the witch duck that I really want out of this bag so it can have a cool witch name. Those are $10, and you get to name the duck, and they are drawn at random, so there's no guarantee of getting the witch duck. And of course, we have our painted ducks of Spock, Orion, Slave Girl, King Midas, Flounder, Cupid, Scuba Diving, and Chicken Jockey Duck. These are all available as well, and of course, you get to name them. If you do sponsor a painted duck, please, please, please specify which one. Don't just say painted duck. That is my 3rd and final shout out for the evening. I can pat myself on the back for almost being good at YouTube. The idea of sleeping snuggled up on a dragon would be very nice. I believe in tame dragons. Lost my place. Really know that you love me. You do? Yes, because you risk so much. For me, for my family. Her frown deepens and I can't resist. Reaching over, I skim over her brow with my fingertip. Excuse me. You have a V here when you frown. It's very soft to kiss. What? Her expression lightens. I can behave so badly and yet you're still here, I murmur. Why are you surprised I'm still here? I told you I wasn't going to leave you. Because of the way I behaved when you told me you were pregnant. Yeah, fair play. Fair play, because definitely should have left. Of its own accord, my finger traces her brow and down her cheek. You were right. I am an adolescent. Mm-hmm. She purses her lips, contrite. Christian, I said some awful things. No, she really didn't. Okay, I'm sorry, but she did not say anything that was anywhere close to what he said. And, like, she is completely justified because he was very much not. He was such a jerk. Finally, they are truly talking it out. Yeah, let's see how long this lasts. They might actually resolve an issue for the first time in like 1,500 pages. Well, close to 3,000 if you count both series. But they might actually finish a conversation. They might resolve something without just, breaking off the argument to fuck. That might happen. Oh my god. We're all insane. We're so insane. Oh my god! Cithdale, you are insane. Is that a typo? Like, seriously, if that's a typo, tell me now. And I'll fix it. But holy hell! Thank you so much. You are the most generous person on planet Earth. And I genuinely mean that. You and your dragons. Holy hell! Dealer's choice. Oh god. Okay, I need to think. You know what? We're gonna, I need to think. It's not a typo. Okay, I'm taking your word for that. But holy hell, dude. Holy freaking hell. Holy freaking wow. Not gonna say amounts because I consider that like kind of doxing. But wow, I'm gonna definitely we're gonna split some things. I'm gonna carry some of that over to next week. But we're definitely we're gonna do definitely this. We're gonna draw one random duck. That you definitely have to name. And I am dealer's choice selecting King Midas duck to join the stage. We're definitely doing that. So he needs a name. So King Midas duck officially joining the stage and needs a name. I really am enjoying the painted ducks, by the way. Like, part of me wants to start painting them and putting them on Etsy, but I'm not sure that's like a good idea. Because I could replicate the painted ones. I know I could. Yes, we're having Midas duck that will get a name at some point, and we're going to draw. I'm closing my eyes and holding. Okay, making sure it's not off screen. But eyes closed, head all the way back. I'm not looking. And there's only 5 in here, so I'm trying to grab one at random, and it's this one. What did I grab? Ah! I am so happy! This was not on purpose, I swear. I grabbed the witch duck. It's the witch duck. The fates are with us tonight. All the fates and gods are with us tonight. Grab the witch duck. Now we need a really kick-ass witch name. All right. So Cecile, you got 2 ducks to name. If you don't want to, I will. But yeah, you got King Midas and you got witch duck to name. Ah! I'm so happy Witch Duck is on the stage. I'm so happy. Happy, happy. And I'm finished yet. I am going to chug a glass. And then the rest we are saving for next week. Because yes, there's more than that. But the rest we will save for next week. So we can share the love and share the joy. And also because I don't want to do everything all at once. So I hope you're okay with that. But yes, next week we will use what is left appropriately at that time after I've had a minute to think. And oh my god, you are like the most generous, freaking insanely nice, just insanely generous person ever. And I am so very grateful that for some reason you like me. Thank you so much. Like, Prince among men, here's to you, my very, very generous benefactor who I love so much, and your dragons. Na zdrowia. Didn't spill. Okay, my throat not so fan, but Libido? Who is that? Oh, are you just making a bad pun? Puns take me a minute because I don't hear the sound of words, but sometimes I get there. That also sounds like a name from Twin Peaks or Stranger Things. I'm aware, libido. I get it. I get it. You're a naughty girl, Sarah, sometimes. Woo! Still trying to recover my brain because it definitely fell out. I place my fingers over her mouth. Hush. I deserve to hear them. Besides, this is my bedtime story. I roll onto my back again. Now you're making me flash on Call the Midwife when Sister Bernadette gets caught eavesdropping and the nuns like fake admonish her. She's like, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. No, I wasn't eavesdropping at all. Yes, Cerebellum, you're a perfect angel. We all know this. You are a perfect angel. You never do anything wrong or naughty. Never, ever. But oh my god, like I'm gonna be saying thank you for like a month. So if I later flood your DM with like gifts saying thank you, expect it. But I can't wait to see what we name our dogs. They're gonna be so great. We need a great witch name. We really need a great witch name. I'm not sure what to name King Midas. I don't even remember in mythology what King Midas's actual name was. I really don't remember. I used to know that story. And now I don't remember. I used to be so big into mythology and that, like, for years. Oh, way too much. Oh, there's a book I have to send you a picture of, Sethel. I know exactly where it is. I still have to send you a picture of this book, because if you don't have it, you'll definitely want it, because it's awesome. When you told me you were pregnant, I stopped, trying to fight my shame and trying to find the words. I thought it would just be you and me for a while. I'd considered children, but only in the abstract. I had this vague idea we'd have a child sometime in the future. You're still so young. She is not that much younger than you. And like 22 is a perfectly reasonable age to be having your first child. You are still so young, and I know you're quite ambitious. Despite the fact that he doesn't want her to work ever and has made multiple attempts to stop her from working, and her being pregnant and taking mat leave is definitely going to be used by to do that. 100%. Well, you pulled the rug out from under me. Christ, was that unexpected. Never in a million years, when I asked you what was wrong, did I expect you to be pregnant. Because I think sex has no consequences because I'm an immature person. I sighed, disgusted at myself. I was so mad. Mad at you, mad at myself, mad at everyone. And it took me back. That feeling of nothing being in my control. I had to get out. I went to see Flynn, but he was at some school parents' evening. I glance at her as I arch a brow, hoping that she sees the funny side of that. And of course she does. Ironic, she says, and we both smirk. So I walked and walked and walked, and I just found myself at the salon. Elena was leaving. She was surprised to see me, and truth be told, I was surprised to find myself there. She could tell I was mad and asked me if I wanted a drink. We went to a quiet bar I know and had a bottle of wine. She apologized for the way she behaved last time she saw us. She's hurt that my mom will have nothing to do with her anymore. It's narrowed her social circle. That shouldn't be all it narrowed, okay? I'm still not, like, I guess we can go with statute of limitations, but why nobody even broached the topic of reporting Elena? Because I don't know exactly what the laws are in Washington State, which is where they are. So I don't know if there's a statute of limitations on, like, childhood sexual abuse. And I'm sure anything after he turned 18 wouldn't count because he would be considered a consenting adult. You know, and he said he left her when he, like, shortly after he dropped out of college, so when he was, like, 23, 24. You know, so I don't know if statute of limitations would actually be a factor there, because I don't know what the laws in Washington are, but and I'm sure it's one of those things that's different in every state. Ugh. It's always something that confuses the shit out of me about American laws, that different states, even neighboring states, can have so drastically different laws about the same thing. It's just weird. Like, not that there's not differences in provincial laws here, there certainly are, but not anywhere near to such a degree. You know, and not on so many things. A lot more things that are, like, handled by the states individually would fall under federal law here, so it's just really weird sometimes. But she understands. We talked about the business, which is doing fine in spite of the recession. I mentioned that you wanted kids. I thought you let her know I was pregnant. No, I didn't. Why didn't you tell me that? I shrug. I never got the chance. You were too angry. Yes, you did. I couldn't find you the next morning, Anna. And when I did, you were so mad at me. I was. You deserved the mad. You deserved the mad and then some. Anyway, at some point in the evening, about halfway through the second bottle, she leaned over to touch me and I froze. I threw my arm over my eyes. I'm mortified. Spit it out, Gray. She saw that I recoiled from her. It shocked both of us. She tugs at my arm. So I turn and gaze at her. I'm sorry, baby. What? Anna asks. I swallow, trying to fight the awkwardness. She made a pass at me. Anna's face transforms. She's appalled. And mad. Again. Fuck. It was a moment. Suspended in time. Now I'm picturing Laura Croft. Is it the first or it's the first one? Yes? No? Is it the first one? Yes, the first one. Yeah, when she throws the clock into the time storm and then picks the piece out. By the way, they nearly killed and drowned both her and the actor playing her would-be lover. Why do I forget his name? Because I definitely know who the fuck that is. He became fucking James Bond. Daniel Craig. It was Daniel Craig. But yeah, the end scene with the solar system planet machine, they really built that machine, which is fucking awesome. By the way, that is fucking awesome. Not so awesome as they actually really did blow it up. And the scene of her, Angelina Jolie, when she runs around it as it's blowing up, real. 100% real, done in real time. We only get one take because we blew it up for real. And she was about 3 seconds ahead of the explosions. But the scene where Daniel Craig gets like drowned and she almost gets crushed a couple times, all real. All very real, and one of those moments where I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, Hollywood? And what fourth world country were you filming in that let you fucking do this? He's married to Rachel Weisz? From The Mummy? That's his wife? Really? I'm so curious if she's going to be returning for the new Mummy movie they're making. And yes, they're making a new Mummy movie because Brendan Fraser's all of a sudden popular and hot again. So they're making a new Mummy movie, and I'm curious if Rachel Weisz will return and reprise her role as Evie, because she didn't return for the third Mummy movie, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. And yes, I'm calling it the third because Scorpion King, which is technically the third Mummy. No, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor is the fourth. Because yes, I do count Scorpion King as the third Mummy movie. Yes, I know that the Scorpion King got spun off into its own franchise. But I also point out there were 7 years in between before they did that. So I'm sorry. It goes first Mummy movie, second Mummy movie, Scorpion King, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, and then 7 years later when The Rock was already popular in other movies, and they went, oh wait, don't we have him on a contract where we can call him up for sequels for this thing we made forever ago that was his first starring role, and we put him in horrifically bad, still laughed at as being one of the worst ever CGI on the internet, still laughs about it to this day because it was so horribly bad even back then. Like, you can say Scorpion King is its own franchise, which it is, but it didn't become its own franchise for 7 years later, so I count Scorpion King as the third Mummy movie, because that's what it was. That is what it was for most of the time until they went, oh, he's popular now, and we have a contractual thing that says we can force him to make, like, what did they make, like 4 or 5 Scorpion King movies in, like, 3 years? It was really bad. It was egregious. But I'm glad that they're making a new Mummy movie. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with it. I hope it lives up to the fun that the first two and Dragon Emperor were. I actually like Dragon Emperor. It's a little weird. You know, it gets a little slow in parts and it's sappy, but I like it. I genuinely like it. You know, so I'm curious if Rachel Weisz will play Evie or the actress they had in Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, because Rachel Weisz famously did not return. The official reason is like scheduling conflict or something, but that, you know, whenever they say that, that's never the official reason. It means she saw the script and passed. But I'm curious if she will reprise, because that would be nice. I also genuinely hope they have a decent script. Please. She saw my expression and she realized how far she crossed the line. I said no. I haven't thought of her like that for years. And besides, I swallow again, my voice soft. I love you. I told her I love my wife. Anna stares at me, silent. Oh, my love, what are you thinking? I stumble on. She backed right off, apologized again, made it seem like a joke. I mean, she said she's happy with Isaac and with the business, and she doesn't bear either of us any ill will. She said she missed my friendship, but she could see that my life was with you now, and how awkward that was, given what happened the last time we were all in the same room. I couldn't have agreed with her more. We said our goodbyes, our final goodbyes. I said I wouldn't see her again, and she went on her way. Did you kiss? No. God, no. I couldn't bear to be that close to her. I was miserable. I wanted to come home to you, but I knew I'd behaved badly. I stayed and finished the bottle, then started on the bourbon. While I was drinking, I remembered your saying to me some time ago, if that was my son, and I got to thinking about Junior and how Elena and I started, and it made me feel uncomfortable. I'd never thought of it like that before. That's it? Hannah breathes. Pretty much. Oh. Oh? It's over? Yes, it's been over since I laid eyes on you. I finally realized that night, and so did she. I'm sorry, she says. For what? For being so angry the next day? Maybe I understand angry. Yeah, she does not need to apologize. He had everything and a hell of a lot more coming. Angry is my middle name. Sigh. See, Anna, I want you to myself. I don't want to share you. What we have, I've never had before. I want to be the center of your universe. For a while, at least. You are, she objects. It's not going to change. Anna, I whisper gently, with a resigned smile. That's just not true. How can it be? Tears well in her eyes. Shit. Don't cry, Anna. Please don't cry. I lay my hand on her cheek. I'm sorry. Her lip trembles, and I brush my thumb over it as my heart swells. No, Anna, no. Don't be sorry. You'll have someone else to love as well. And you're right. That's how it should be. Blip will love you too. Way to take, like, could be a romantic moment and kill it by just saying blip. Seriously, I'm sorry, but I can't. You'll be the center of Blip's Junior's world. Children love their parents unconditionally, Christian. True fact. I feel the blood drain from my face. That's how they come into the world. And it continues, her passion clear. Programmed to love. All babies. Even you. Think about that children's book you liked when you were small. You still wanted your mom. You left her. Ella. Hey, maggot, let's find your cars. I'm on the edge of a dark maelstrom. Teetering over it, I fist my hand beneath my chin as I gaze at my beautiful wife, floundering for something to say as I fight the current to swim away from the pain. No, I whisper. Anna's tears spill down her cheeks. Yes, you did. Of course you did. It wasn't an option. That's why you were so hurt. All the air has left the room and my body. I'm being sucked down. That's why you were able to love me, she says. Forgive her. She had her own world of pain to deal with. She was a shitty mother and you loved her. I'm lost in the vortex. It's choking. Hey, maggot, shall we bake a cake? Mommy smiles and ruffles my hair. Here you go. Mommy gives me a brush. She smiles down at me. Mommy is pretty. She has long hair. She's singing, happy. There you go, Gray. There were happy times. I used to brush her hair. She was pretty. One look at you and no one would doubt that. She was a shitty mother. Anna nods and her tearful eyes brimming with compassion. I close my eyes and confess, I'm scared I'll be a shitty father. Anna's fingers skim over my face, reassuring me. Christian, do you think for 1 minute I'd let you be a shitty father? She's got a point. Yeah, children do love their parents, like, unconditionally. That's just how it is. I was thinking now I completely forgot, because duh. Oh yeah, what he said about mommy pretty, because my friend's little one, when the first Suicide Squad movie came out, and there were all the pictures of Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn wearing, shall we say, not a lot. And even though he was only like 6, he told his mommy once, Harley Quinn pretty, mommy more pretty. But he decided he wanted to play fairy princess dress up and put makeup on mommy, and so he made mommy look like Harley Quinn using black and orange, where he did one half of her face with black makeup and the other half in orange makeup, done with all the skill you think a 6-year-old would have. But when she asked him like why did you do that, and he's like, because Harley Quinn pretty, mommy more pretty, make mommy Harley Quinn, yeah. This made perfect sense in his tiny little head. Is mommy pretty? He also, once they were walking down the street, she realized he had his mad face on. And they were just like walking to the store or whatever. And she was like, "What are you mad about?" Because like nothing had happened. So she's like, "Why are you mad?" And he told her that when they were waiting at the corner to cross the street, there was a guy behind them and he noticed the guy was looking at mommy's butt. And he didn't like it. And he got mad. Children see so much more than we think they do. I opened my eyes and stared at her. And there it is. The Anastasia Steele glint. So aptly named. Well, you named it, so yeah. My warrior, fighting for me. With me, against me, for our child. She takes my breath away. I grin in awe. No, I don't think you would. I stroke her face. God, you're strong, Mrs. Gray. I love you so much. I kiss her forehead. I didn't know I could. Oh, Christian, she whispers. Now that's the end of our bedtime story. That's some story. How's your head? My head? Does it hurt? No. Good. I think you should sleep now. Anna's not convinced. Sleep, I exclaim. You need it. I have one question, Anna says. Oh, what? Why have you suddenly become all forthcoming, for want of a better word? You're telling me all this when getting information out of you is normally a pretty harrowing and experience. Not wrong. It is. You know it is. Why am I being forthcoming? I can't say. Seeing you practically dead on the cold concrete, maybe. I flinched, remembering Anna on the ground outside that derelict warehouse where Hyde was holding my sister. It's traumatic, so I turned my thoughts in a happier direction, to Junior. The fact I'm going to be a father. I don't know. You said you wanted to know, and I don't want Elena to come between us. She can't. She's the past, and I've said that to you so many times. If she hadn't made a pass at you, would you still be friends? Hello, Nightwolf. Good to see ya. Check it out. You can see Wolfie. We have two new ducks awaiting names. And yeah, oh kids, yeah. Basically everything you don't want your kids to know or see, those are the things they know and see. Also, nobody is a better spy than Tiny Child. Like, under about 7, when they're really tiny, especially the more tiny they are, the more they spy. Tiny children make the best spies in the entire world. Like, intelligence agencies should study their methods and take lessons. Because, yeah, you want to know what's going on in a house? Ask Tiny Child, because they will tell you all the everything. If she hadn't made a pass at you, would you still be friends? Anna asks. That's more than one question. Sorry, you don't have to tell me. Oh no, I'm not letting him off the hook. You're going to answer me on that. She blushes, and it's good to see some color in her cheeks. You've already volunteered more than I ever thought you would. No, I don't think so. But she felt like unfinished business since my birthday. She stepped over the line, and I'm done. Please believe me. I'm not going to see her again. This is last page. We're circling for a landing. You said she's a hard limit for you. That's a term I understand. Anna smiles. Good night, Christian. Thank you for the enlightening bedtime story. She leans over and touches her lips to mine, her tongue teasing me. My body ignites and I pull away. Yeah, they're going to have a conversation about, we can still have sex while I'm pregnant. They're definitely going to have that conversation, and she might need to invoke his therapist to get him to believe it. Don't. I'm desperate to make love to you, I whisper through my desire. Then do. No. Excuse me. You need to rest. And it's late. Go to sleep. I switch off the bedside light, and we're surrounded by the darkness. I love you unconditionally, Christian, Anna whispers. She snuggles up to me. I know, I whisper, bathing in her light. You and my parents. Unconditionally. End of chapter! I know I said we'd read the next one, but I'm not going to because it's after midnight, therefore I'm off the hook. Oh, yeah, cerebellum with the actual, like, perfect question. Since when does he understand hard limits? Yeah, seriously. Since when has he ever respected that? How many times? Like, how many times, literally, I can remember 4, where things that she, in the first book, said when they were literally negotiating that fucking contract that just went away and never got mentioned again. When they were negotiating it, she gave him a list of XYZ ABC 123 are my hard limits, and then he systematically dismantled those. He has done everything that she said was a hard limit. Most of them after he brainwashed, manipulated, gaslit her into coming back to him with the promise of it won't be like that anymore. I won't try to act like a dom or control you anymore. And then he just doubled down on all of it and got way, way worse. Yeah, he's broken all of her hard limits. So he might know the term theoretically, but he's never obeyed it before. So maybe this is him saying he's going to obey it. I don't know, but it's fucked up. He's fucked up. I wouldn't be believing him. Again, this is not a relationship designed to last at all. Do we think they're still together in 5 years or that she's alive like in 5 years? No, we don't. How much snow did you get? It's minus 15 and still snowing. Oh my god, you're getting one. What? A little bit. Day before yesterday, enough that it's still here. It didn't melt in one day, for which I'm so happy because it's been years since that happened. We got like 3-4 inches. Wasn't much. Over a few hours. It's still here, but we are expected, like, there's major blizzard warnings on tonight and tomorrow where I am. It's only, let me check my phone. Oh, okay, it is minus 12 right now where I am. It says there's snow flurries in my area, but I can confirm it is not directly snowing where I live, I don't think. Hold on, let me look out the window. I haven't looked out the window in 4 hours. Let me see. God damn it. Nope. It is not snowing here, which is sad. I want snow. I want a lot of snow. I want snow up to my neck that lasts for 6 months. That's what I want. Okay, Santa, if you can bring me one thing for Christmas, like, please do that. It's still snowing here, and Ozzy was mad and confused. Aww! Is Ozzy usually an outdoor kitty and was like, what the hell have you done to my world? Yeah, because I've seen some kitties, like, contending with snow by usually doing, like, cold, wet. Want to go for a walk. No, cold, wet. But want to go for a walk. No, cold, wet. And this can go on for hours. Trying to convince me to take him on a walk. Aww. But I assume he has a reason that he can't go for a walk in the snow or something. Whereas my Thomas, my recently dear departed Thomas kitty, used to sit in the window and watch the snowflakes, and then when they'd hit the window, he'd go, "Gotcha, gotcha." Smoke alarm's going off. Fire alarm's going off. It's midnight and it's going off. But yeah, he used to sit in the window, and when the snowflake would hit the window, he'd be like, "Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha." And he'd do this forever. He actually got his paw and his tongue stuck to the window at different times. Because also when the window is frozen on the outside in a sheet of ice, kitty lick. I don't think he realizes it's cold and wet. It's just, no, I want to go for a walk. Therefore, the whole world needs to stop and let me go for a walk. Not a snow person anymore? Oh, I'm so a snow person. I don't have any outdoor gear right now, though. I don't even have boots right now. I was thinking about that. Because I was like, what if we do get a proper winter and I have to go out? I'm supposed to make a phone call on Monday. I'm supposed to have a doctor's appointment on Tuesday, but I'm definitely canceling. But yeah, it was occurring to me, I don't have snow boots or a proper winter jacket, and that might be a problem if we have a real winter. We haven't had a real winter in like 10 years, though, seriously. So you could get away with, like, my fleecy jacket and, proper sneakers. You were totally fine. After knee and bilateral shoulder surgery, no. I understand this. I understand this. Yeah, you can't risk the snow and ice. I get that. I've taken some spills on ice. My mom, like infamously in our family, slipped in a parking lot on some ice and wound up shattering her leg and ankle and needed extensive repair surgery. Basically, it's going off again. Okay, whatever the fuck you're cooking at midnight, stop it. And I extend cooking to drugs because I'm not so sure that it's not, because the setup is weird and it seems sus. But I have walking skis. Do you mean snowshoes or like just like skis? Because like, oh yeah, there's so many Canadian memes of people going to Timmy's in like snowshoes and skis and skates when in the winter. It's totally a thing, and yes, people totally do that. It's completely a thing here. 100% a thing, and I live in like a major city, and you still see it because it's fun. And it's how you get around when it's snowing and icy. It's what you do, and it's fun. Okay, turn the damn alarm off, I swear. I don't want to go pound on someone's door at midnight, but shut up. Cross country skis. Okay. That's what I never did. I did downhill skiing as a kid. Um, kid to like adolescence, but never did cross country. No. Tried snowboarding once. I just didn't have it was not for me. But downhill skiing I have some experience with. Um, But yeah, I'm loving the snow outside and that it stayed around for a few days. It makes me so happy. But we are at the end of our time because we finished our chapter, which is wonderful. I'm glad we did. I'm glad for everyone being here. Thank you, Sarah Bellum. Thank you for Snickety. Thank you, Seth the Hell. Thank you, Nightwolf. Thank you, Link, that I know is watching but didn't comment. Um, Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you from all of our ducks. We have 2 new ducks to name. Next week, they will have names. I will make sure of it because I will DM Seth Hill and ask what he wants to name them or if he wants me to name them. And we'll see what they get named. And then we're going to have more ducks next week because I didn't do all of what Seth Hill pledged. So I saved some for next week so we can add to the Pantheon next week. And that is fully what I intend to do. Yep. So next week we will also have additional ducks and additional names just to spread the love and draw things. And we're getting holiday time, so I get really sappy. Like I'm gonna make a costume out of like Christmas lights that I have somewhere in a box and like make a crown out of them and somehow plug it in and hope that it works and doesn't catch my hair on fire. We should definitely do that. Do have snowshoes as well. That's probably wise. That's probably very wise. But until next week, everybody, please take care of yourselves, take care of each other, enjoy the holiday season, enjoy the snow. Even if it's not your favorite thing, even if your pets aren't so great. Oh, sorry you were late. That's okay. I'm just glad you made it and I got to see you. I always like seeing my friends, and it's always great when they show up. So I'm just glad you were here. Thank you so much for coming. But I will see you all next week, same time, same channel, and we will finish the book. Next week is the grand finale. We'll be done with this book. And then I will set it on fire and post a wonderful video of me setting it on fire. I'm feeling the need for some epic music, like some Ride of the Valkyries level music. Does anyone know if Ride of the Valkyries is out of copyright? I feel like it should be. I'm gonna Google if that's out of copyright, because if it is, I'm so using it. I'm so using it if it is. Oh, big hugs to everybody. Hugs, hugs, love, love, love. Love, love, hugs, hugs. And hugs and love to all the pets. Hugs, love, ear scritches, and belly rubs, and treats to all the fur babies of all of us. So please honor that. But until next week, I've been Insane Lane. You have all been awesome. Love yourself, love a fur baby, take care of each other, and get into the holiday spirit and start celebrating and having some good fun. I will see you all next week, and we will finish this series once and for all, and then move on to something inspired by it. I'm still not giving the title away, but some of you can probably work it out. I mean, what? I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Glad to see you all. Thank you for your support. Especially thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you so much. Love a fur baby. Love yourself. Bye bye.